Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The snow fell on Baker Street, with the particular gentleness reserved for Christmas Eve, each flake descending as if it had all the time in the world, as if London itself had agreed to pause, just for one night, and remember what peace felt like. The gas lamps wore halos of soft gold light that barely penetrated the swirling white, and the cobblestones, usually so eager to announce every footfall with sharp authority, had gone quiet beneath their blanket of fresh powder. It was the kind of evening that made even the city's soot and smoke seem picturesque, as though London had decided to dress itself up for the occasion and was rather pleased with the result. At 221B Baker Street, the sitting room glowed with a warmth that had nothing to do with fashion and everything to do with necessity. The fire in the hearth burned with the enthusiasm of flames that knew their purpose, to push back the December cold that pressed against the windows like an uninvited guest. The room smelled of pine from the small wreath Mrs. Hudson had hung above the mantelpiece, of the mulled wine warming in a copper pot near the fire, of tobacco smoke and old leather, and something indefinably pleasant that might have been beeswax polish, or might simply have been the scent of a room that had witnessed countless evenings just like this one. Sherlock Holmes sat in his customary chair, his long legs stretched toward the fire, his fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, in an attitude of contemplation that might have been mistaken for sleep by anyone who didn't know him better. He wore his mouse-coloured dressing gown, which had seen better days, but which he refused to replace on the grounds that it had achieved the perfect degree of comfortable shabbiness. His dark hair caught the firelight in places, and his grey eyes reflected the dancing flames, giving him the appearance of a man watching a play only he could see. In the chair opposite, Dr. John Watson had abandoned all pretense of reading the evening newspaper, which lay folded across his knee like a sleeping cat. He had instead surrendered to that pleasant state of contentment that comes from having nowhere to be and nothing urgent to do, a rare condition for a man whose days were usually filled with patience, puzzles, and the occasional adventure that threatened life and limb. He sipped his mulled wine slowly, savouring the cinnamon and cloves, the way the warmth spread through his chest, like a gentle remedy for the winter night. The clock on the mantel ticked with the measured patience of an old friend, marking the passage of time without urgency. Outside, a carol drifted from somewhere down the street, voices rising in imperfect harmony, singing of good kings and winter's cold. The sound came and went, carried on the snow-laden wind, a reminder that beyond these walls, London was celebrating in its own fragmented, hopeful way. Mrs. Hudson had outdone herself this year. The good woman had been preparing for days, her kitchen a theatre of culinary ambition, where flour dusted every surface and mysterious bundles wrapped in cheesecloth hung from hooks like sleeping bats. The plum pudding, which she had announced would be served at precisely 9 o'clock, and not a moment before, regardless of any mysteries or emergencies, was steaming somewhere below, filling the entire building with the rich scent of dried fruit, sweet, and brandy. It was a smell that spoke of tradition, of Christmases past and Christmases yet to come, of the peculiar English determination to celebrate winter's darkest moment with the heaviest possible dessert. Holmes shifted in his chair, a small movement that suggested his mind was occupied with something, though what that something might be was anyone's guess. Watson had learned long ago not to interrupt these silences. His friend's brain worked like a well-oiled machine that sometimes needed to run through its processes without external interference. Or perhaps Holmes was simply enjoying the fire. With Holmes, one never quite knew. The sound of footsteps on the stairs broke the comfortable quiet, not Mrs. Hudson's familiar tread, which they both knew as well as they knew each other's, but something heavier, more official, accompanied by the slight squeak of someone trying not to slip on the recently polished steps. Watson glanced at Holmes, who had not moved, but whose eyes had sharpened with interest. "Lestrade," Holmes said, before their visitor had even reached the landing. "I'd recognize that cautious step anywhere. A man used to navigating the treacherous staircases of London's worst neighbourhoods approaches all stairs as though they might be evidence." The door opened, and Inspector G. Lestrade of Scotland Yard appeared, bringing with him a swirl of cold air and snowflakes that glittered in the gaslight like tiny stars before melting into nothing. He was bundled in a heavy overcoat, his thin face red from the cold, his small, bright eyes watering slightly from the wind. In one hand he carried a wrapped package tied with string, and on his hands he wore a new pair of leather gloves, a rich brown colour that still held the stiffness of recent purchase. "Merry Christmas, gentlemen," Lestrade said, stamping his feet on the threshold to dislodge the snow. "Or it will be in a few hours, at any rate. I hope I'm not intruding." "Lestrade, you are always intruding," Holmes said without rancour. "But on Christmas Eve we shall forgive it. Come in, close the door. You're letting in enough cold air to cool the entire pot of Mrs. Hudson's mulled wine, and that would be a tragedy worthy of investigation." Watson rose to shake the inspector's hand, genuinely pleased to see him. Lestrade was, in his own way, as much a part of their strange household as the chemistry equipment or the Persian slipper that held Holmes's tobacco. He was a frequent visitor, a sometimes collaborator, and a reliable source of the puzzles that kept Holmes from succumbing to the boredom that plagued him like a chronic condition. "Not intruding at all," Watson assured him. "Come, sit by the fire. You look half frozen." Lestrade needed no further encouragement. He crossed to the fireplace, carefully removed his new gloves, flexing his fingers with obvious relief, and hung them on the brass hook that jutted from the side of the mantelpiece, placed there for precisely this purpose. The gloves dangled there, still holding the shape of his hands, the leather gleaming in the firelight. "A gift from Mrs. Lestrade," the inspector explained, catching Watson's appreciative glance. "She said my old ones were a disgrace to Scotland Yard and to civilized society generally. These are proper gentleman's gloves, she tells me. I'm going to take care of them." "Very handsome," Watson agreed. Holmes made a small sound that might have been approval, or might have been something else entirely. Lestrade settled into the chair that Watson offered, accepted a cup of mulled wine with gratitude, and unwrapped his package to reveal a tin of biscuits decorated with holly and ribbons, a contribution to the evening's refreshments. Mrs. Hudson, summoned by some mysterious instinct, that allowed her to know when visitors had arrived, appeared with additional cups and a plate for the biscuits, tutting over Lestrade's snow-dampened coat and insisting he move closer to the fire before he caught his death. For a time they simply sat together, three men who had seen enough of London's darker corners to appreciate the simple pleasure of a warm room and good company. They spoke of small things, the unusual mildness of the early winter, the crowds at the markets, the new production of A Christmas Carol at the theatre. Lestrade mentioned a case he'd closed that afternoon, a simple matter of a stolen ham that had required more diplomacy than detection, as the thief had been a desperate father with 6 children and no employment. "Let him go with a warning," Lestrade said, staring into his wine. "It's Christmas Eve. Even the law can have a heart on occasion." Holmes raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Watson recognized the expression. It was the one Holmes wore when he was privately pleased by something, but unwilling to show it openly. The clock struck 7:30, its chimes mixing with the crackle of the fire and the distant sound of more carols from the street. The snow continued to fall, visible through the window in the soft glow of the street lamp, each flake following its own path downward, in no particular hurry, as though it had learned something about patience that the rest of the world had forgotten. It was Watson who noticed that Toby, the bloodhound they had borrowed from old Sherman several weeks ago for a case, and had somehow forgotten to return, had padded into the room with the silent stealth of a dog who knew he wasn't strictly supposed to be there. The creature was large, brown, and possessed of a face that managed to look both noble and faintly guilty at the same time. He settled himself near the fire with a contented sigh, his tail giving one polite thump against the floor. "Is that dog still here?" Lestrade asked, more amused than surprised. "Apparently," Holmes said. "Mrs. Hudson has adopted him, though she claims otherwise. I suspect she's been feeding him scraps from the kitchen. He's developed a suspicious attachment to the building." Toby, hearing his presence acknowledged, lifted his head and gazed at the assembled company with the patient, knowing the expression of a dog who understands he has successfully integrated himself into a household and has no intention of leaving. The conversation drifted on, comfortable and unhurried, touching on everything and nothing. Outside, London prepared itself for Christmas, families gathering, churches filling, the great engine of the city slowing to something almost resembling rest. Inside 221B, the fire burned steadily. The mulled wine warmed both body and spirit, and the three men, the detective, the doctor, and the inspector, shared the quiet companionship of those who have faced danger together and survived to enjoy peaceful evenings. It was nearly 8 o'clock when Lestrade, glancing at the clock and thinking of Mrs. Lestrade waiting at home with her own Christmas preparations, decided it was time to take his leave. He rose from his chair, stretched slightly, and turned toward the fireplace to retrieve his gloves. His hand reached for the brass hook. His fingers closed on empty air. He blinked, looking more carefully at the hook, at the mantelpiece, at the floor below. He bent down, thinking perhaps they had fallen. He checked the sides of the chair where he'd been sitting. He even looked, with increasing bewilderment, in the pockets of his own coat. The gloves were gone. "I say," Lestrade said slowly, his voice carrying a note of genuine confusion. "This is rather odd." Watson looked up from his contemplation of the fire. "What is?" "My gloves." Lestrade gestured at the empty hook. I hung them right there not an hour ago. I'm certain of it. I remember doing it. But they've vanished." Holmes, who had been gazing into the middle distance with the expression of a man lost in thought, suddenly became very still. Then, slowly, deliberately, he turned his full attention to the inspector. A smile began to form. At the corners of his mouth, not his usual sharp, knowing smile, but something wider, more delighted. "My dear Lestrade," he said, his voice thrumming with pleasure, "do you mean to tell me that someone has stolen your gloves? Here, in my sitting room? On Christmas Eve?" "Well, I wouldn't say stolen exactly," Lestrade began. "A mystery," Holmes interrupted, rising from his chair with sudden energy. "A genuine puzzle, delivered to my very door on the one night of the year when I had resigned myself to complete and utter boredom. Lestrade, this is the finest Christmas gift you could have brought. Far better than biscuits." Watson suppressed a smile. He knew that tone. He had heard it before, on countless occasions, whenever Holmes caught the scent of something that required his unique talents. That Mrs. Lestrade's Christmas gloves had likely slipped behind a cushion or been knocked to the floor by Toby's tail did not matter. Holmes had a mystery, however small, and he would pursue it with the same intensity he brought to matters of international importance. "Holmes," Watson said mildly, "surely there's a simple explanation?" "Simple," Holmes exclaimed. "My dear Watson, nothing is simple. Everything contains multitudes. The gloves were here. Now they are not. Someone or something has moved them. That is a fact. And facts, Watson, demand investigation. They insist upon it." He began to pace, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes already scanning the room with renewed focus. "We shall not rest," he declared, "until Inspector Lestrade's Christmas gloves are recovered and the perpetrator identified. Mrs. Hudson's plum pudding will have to wait." From somewhere below, as if summoned by the mention of her name, came Mrs. Hudson's voice. "It most certainly will not." But Holmes was already examining the fireplace, and Watson was reaching for his notebook, and Lestrade was standing in the middle of the room, looking both embarrassed and oddly touched that his missing gloves were being treated as a matter of grave importance. Outside, the snow continued to fall on Baker Street, and Christmas Eve settled more deeply over London, and in the warm sitting room at 221B, a mystery, however small, however domestic, had begun. Holmes approached the fireplace with the concentrated intensity of a general surveying a battlefield, his sharp eyes moving across every surface, every shadow, every minute detail that might yield a clue to the disappearance of Inspector Lestrade's Christmas gloves. The fire crackled cheerfully, utterly indifferent to the investigation unfolding before it, sending occasional sparks up the chimney like tiny orange stars seeking escape. Watson, who had seen his friend in this state of focused attention countless times, settled back into his chair with his notebook, ready to observe and record. There was something oddly comforting about watching Holmes work, even on a matter as trivial as missing gloves. It was like watching a master craftsman at his bench, every movement precise, every glance deliberate. The fact that the craftsman was currently examining a fireplace poker with the solemnity usually reserved for murder weapons only added to the peculiar charm of the moment. "Tell me, Lestrade," Holmes said, not looking up from his examination, "at what time precisely did you hang your gloves on this hook?" Lestrade consulted his pocket watch, frowning slightly. "It would have been approximately 7:35, Mr. Holmes. I remember hearing the clock strike the half-hour just as I was removing them. Excellent. Precision is the soul of investigation. Holmes produced his magnifying glass from the pocket of his dressing gown, because of course he kept a magnifying glass in his dressing gown, and began examining the brass hook with minute attention. And you are absolutely certain you placed them here, not on the mantelpiece itself, not on the back of a chair? On the hook, Lestrade confirmed. I'm quite sure. I remember thinking how convenient it was, having a proper place to hang them. At the Yard, we just pile everything on the coat rack and hope for the best. Holmes made a small sound of acknowledgement and continued his examination. The gaslight caught the lens of his magnifying glass, sending small rainbows dancing across the wall. Watson found himself watching these tiny prisms of colour, thinking how strange it was that even in the midst of an investigation, however minor, beauty had a way of appearing uninvited. The hook itself shows no signs of tampering, Holmes announced. No scratches, no disturbance of the tarnish. The gloves were removed cleanly, not torn away in haste. He moved his attention to the mantelpiece itself, running his long fingers along the marble surface, feeling for anything out of place. Watson, would you be so kind as to note that the mantelpiece is dusty? Dusty? Mrs. Hudson's voice came from the doorway, sharp with indignation. She had returned with fresh coals for the fire, and had arrived just in time to hear this slander upon her housekeeping. Mr. Holmes, I'll have you know I dusted this mantelpiece only yesterday morning. Precisely my point, Mrs. Hudson, Holmes said smoothly, not looking up. Which means this dust is fresh, recently settled. And look here. He gestured with one elegant hand. There are patterns in it, disturbances. Something has moved across this surface within the last hour. Watson leaned forward to look. Indeed, there were faint marks in the thin layer of coal dust that perpetually settled on every surface in London, no matter how diligent the housekeeper. The marks were irregular, not the clean swipes that a human hand would make, but something more random, more organic. Paw prints, Watson said suddenly. Those are paw prints. All three men turned to look at Toby, who lay before the fire in an attitude of perfect innocence, his large brown eyes gazing at them with the patient confusion of a dog who has no idea why the humans are behaving so strangely, but is willing to wait until they sort themselves out. Toby, Holmes said thoughtfully. Yes, the bloodhound. An animal trained to track scents, to follow trails, to retrieve objects. Now hold on, Lestrade said. You're not suggesting that Toby stole my gloves? I'm not suggesting anything yet, Holmes replied. I am merely observing. Observation first, theory second. To theorize before one has data is a capital mistake. It biases the judgment. He knelt down beside the dog, examining him with the same intensity he'd applied to the fireplace. Toby, pleased with the attention, attempted to lick Holmes's face, which the detective avoided with practiced ease. No gloves in his mouth, Holmes reported. No leather fragments in his teeth. His breath smells of Mrs. Hudson's cooking. Beef, I believe, and possibly some cheese, but not of new leather. He stood, brushing off his dressing gown. However, I detect something else. A scent. Faint, but present. He inhaled deeply, his sharp nose twitching slightly. Watson, accustomed to his friend's occasionally theatrical behaviour, waited patiently. Mrs. Hudson, arms crossed, watched with the expression of a woman who had seen quite enough of Mr. Holmes's methods over the years, and was not easily impressed. Lanolin, Holmes declared. "The natural oils used in treating leather. And something else. A perfume. Lavender, perhaps? Or... no. Violet. Someone who handles your gloves, Lestrade, uses violet-scented soap." "Mrs. Lestrade," the inspector confirmed, looking slightly embarrassed. "She's particular about such things. Says a man ought to smell civilized, even if his work takes him to uncivilized places." "Quite right, too," Mrs. Hudson said firmly. Holmes moved to the hearth itself, examining the area immediately around the fire. The coal scuttle sat to one side, the poker and tongs in their brass stand, the small brush for sweeping ash. Everything appeared to be in its proper place, yet Holmes studied each item as though it might suddenly confess to crimes unknown. "The coal dust," he murmured, half to himself. "Disturbed here and here, not by the scuttle being moved. Those marks are different, more regular. But something passed this way, something low to the ground." He traced a path with his finger, following invisible signs that only his trained eye could see. Moving from the fireplace toward the door, not in a straight line, but meandering, as an animal would. "Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson said, her tone suggesting she had reached the limit of her patience with all this fuss over a pair of gloves. "If you're about to accuse my kitchen of harbouring glove thieves, I'll remind you that I run a respectable house." "No one doubts the respectability of your house, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes assured her. "But houses, even respectable ones, contain mysteries. It's in their nature. Walls hold secrets. Floors remember. Footsteps and fireplaces." He paused dramatically. "Fireplaces are highways for all manner of intrusions." Watson couldn't help but smile. Holmes was enjoying himself immensely. The great detective, who had solved cases that baffled the finest minds at Scotland Yard, who had untangled conspiracies that reached into the highest levels of government, was applying his full genius to the matter of Lestrade's missing Christmas gloves, and he was having more fun than Watson had seen him have in weeks. "Let us consider the possibilities," Holmes said, beginning to pace in that restless way of his hands clasped behind his back. 1. The gloves fell from the hook and are somewhere nearby, obscured from view. 2. They were taken by a human agency, either someone in this room or someone who entered unseen. 3. They were taken by an animal, Toby being the obvious suspect, though not the only possibility. 4. They were removed through the intervention of some force we have not yet considered. "Such as?" Lestrade asked, clearly entertained despite himself. "Ghosts," Holmes said with perfect seriousness. "Spontaneous combustion. A particularly strong draught, combined with unfortunate timing. I rule out none of these until the evidence dictates otherwise." "You don't believe in ghosts," Watson pointed out. "I believe in evidence," Holmes corrected. "If the evidence points to ghosts, I shall accept ghosts. So far, however, ghosts have shown a disappointing tendency to resolve into perfectly ordinary criminals with perfectly ordinary motives." He dropped to his hands and knees, heedless of the dignity usually expected of a consulting detective, and began examining the floor around the fireplace. His magnifying glass moved slowly across the carpet, pausing here and there to study some detail invisible to the others. Mrs. Hudson watched this performance with the weary tolerance of a woman who had long ago accepted that her lodger was brilliant, but utterly mad. "Aha!" Holmes exclaimed suddenly, reaching under the edge of the armchair. He withdrew his hand, holding between two fingers a small tuft of brown fur. "Evidence!" He held it up to the light, examining it closely. "Dog hair, brown, consistent with Toby's colouring, found beneath the chair, approximately 6 feet from the fireplace. This tells us that Toby has been in this area recently, which we already knew, but also that he passed under the chair, which suggests movement from the fireplace toward the door. Or he's just a dog who sheds, Lestrade suggested mildly. All dogs shed, Holmes agreed. But not all dogs shed in patterns that suggest purposeful movement while carrying something in their mouths. Observe the distribution of the hair, concentrated here beneath the chair, where a dog would have to lower his head to pass under the frame if his mouth were full. Watson made a note in his book, though he strongly suspected that Holmes was extrapolating rather liberally from a single tuft of dog hair. Still, the logic had a certain compelling quality to it, as Holmes' logic always did. It was entirely possible that Toby had stolen the gloves, though why a bloodhound would want leather gloves remained unclear. We must also consider opportunity, Holmes continued, standing and brushing off his knees. Who was in this room between 7:35 and 8 o'clock? Ourselves, obviously. Mrs. Hudson, when she brought the refreshments. Toby, at some point, though precisely when he entered I cannot say. Anyone else? They all looked at each other. The room had been occupied continuously. Surely someone would have noticed a stranger entering and making off with a pair of gloves. Unless, Holmes said slowly, the theft occurred during a moment of distraction. Watson, you were reading the newspaper. I was. Thinking. Lestrade, you were facing away from the fireplace, toward the window, remarking on the snow. A gap of perhaps 2 minutes when none of us were looking directly at the mantelpiece. 2 minutes is all it would take, Watson agreed, for someone quick and quiet. Or for something quick and quiet, Holmes amended, looking again at Toby, who had now rolled onto his back, legs in the air, in a posture that suggested either complete innocence or complete shamelessness, depending on one's interpretation. Mrs. Hudson set down her coal scuttle with a decisive thump. Well, I haven't got all night to stand about watching you crawl on floors, Mr. Holmes. I've a plum pudding to attend to, and it won't wait for your theatrics. If the gloves turn up, you can return them to the inspector. If they don't, I'm sure Mrs. Lestrade can purchase another pair. But Mrs. Hudson, Holmes protested, this is a genuine mystery. It's a genuine pair of gloves, she corrected. And if you ask me, they've probably slipped down behind the cushions or gotten caught up in Toby's basket. That dog collects things. I found him yesterday with one of your slippers, Mr. Holmes, and the day before that, with Dr. Watson's newspaper. He likes soft things. This was new information, and Holmes seized upon it immediately. Toby collects soft objects? Why was I not informed of this behavioral pattern? Because you were shut up in here doing one of your experiments with the test tubes, and I wasn't about to interrupt you to discuss the dog's hobbies, Mrs. Hudson replied tartly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do, even if some people have nothing better to do than hunt for gloves on Christmas Eve. She swept out of the room with great dignity, leaving the 3 men looking at each other with varying expressions of amusement and thoughtfulness. Well, Lestrade said after a moment, that settles it, doesn't it? Toby's taken them to his basket, wherever that is. Perhaps, Holmes said, but his tone was doubtful. But where is Toby's basket? And why would he take only the gloves, and not Watson's scarf, which is equally soft, and has been draped over that chair for the past hour? Watson looked at his scarf, still exactly where he'd left it. Good point. No, there's something more here, Holmes insisted. Something we're not seeing. The gloves are new, yes? They would smell different from old worn leather. They would smell of the shop where they were purchased, of Mrs. Lestrade's violet soap, of newness itself. To a dog's sensitive nose, they would be interesting, novel, worth investigating. He began pacing again, faster now, his mind clearly racing through possibilities. The fire had burned down slightly, and Watson added another log, sending up a shower of sparks. Outside, the snow continued its gentle fall, and somewhere distant, church bells began to ring for the evening service. "We need to search the house," Holmes declared, "systematically. Every room, every corner, every place where a dog might hide a treasure. Watson, you take your room and the bathroom. Lestrade, if you'll check the landing and stairs, I shall investigate my own chambers and the storage areas." "And Toby?" Watson asked. All three men looked at the dog, who gazed back with guileless brown eyes. "Toby," Holmes said, "comes with me. I want to observe his behavior when confronted with various locations. A guilty dog betrays himself through body language." "Holmes," Watson said gently, "he's a dog. He probably doesn't even remember taking them. Perhaps he's a criminal mastermind in canine form, and we're all about to be outwitted by a bloodhound." Holmes smiled suddenly, that sharp, fierce smile that meant he was truly engaged with a problem. "Either way, gentlemen, the game is afoot, or should I say, a paw." Watson groaned at the pun. Lestrade laughed outright. And Toby, sensing that something exciting was about to happen, stood up and wagged his tail with enthusiasm, ready for whatever adventure these strange humans had planned next. The search for the missing gloves was officially underway. The search of 221B Baker Street began with the methodical precision that characterized all of Holmes's investigations, though Watson suspected that his friend was stretching the process considerably to extract maximum enjoyment from what was, essentially, a domestic inconvenience, elevated to the status of criminal enterprise. Still, there was something deeply entertaining about watching Sherlock Holmes apply his formidable intellect to the mystery of Inspector Lestrade's missing Christmas gloves. And Watson found himself caught up in the spirit of the thing, despite his better judgment. Holmes started with his own bedroom, a chaotic landscape of books, papers, chemistry equipment, and various artifacts from past cases that he refused to discard, because one never knows when an Egyptian scarab or a poisoned dart might prove useful in future investigations. Toby followed at his heels, sniffing with professional interest at the accumulation of scents that must have been, to a bloodhound's sensitive nose, something like reading a very complicated and slightly disturbing novel. Watson, meanwhile, searched his own considerably tidier quarters, checking beneath the bed, inside the wardrobe, behind the chest of drawers. He found a lost cufflink, 3 shillings that had somehow migrated into a corner, and a letter from an old army friend that he'd meant to answer weeks ago, but no gloves. His room, being a place of relative order and calm, yielded its secrets quickly and without drama. Lestrade investigated the landing and staircase with the thoroughness of a man who had spent years searching London's most disreputable addresses for hidden evidence. He checked the small table where Mrs. Hudson left the post, the coat rack, even the umbrella stand, which contained 3 umbrellas, a walking stick, and what appeared to be a very old tennis racket that no one could remember the origin of. They reconvened in the sitting room 20 minutes later, empty-handed and slightly dusty from their efforts. The fire had burned lower, and Watson added more coal, watching the flames lick around the new fuel with hungry orange tongues. Outside, the carol singers had moved on, replaced by the deeper, more sonorous bells of St. Marylebone, calling the faithful to Christmas Eve service. The sound rolled across the snow-muffled city like a promise of peace, though peace seemed in rather short supply at 221B Baker Street. "Nothing," Lestrade reported, settling back into his chair. "Not a trace of them anywhere on the stairs or landing." "Nor in my room," Watson added. "Nor mine," Holmes said, though his expression suggested this was exactly what he'd expected. Which tells us something important. The gloves have not simply been misplaced. They have been deliberately moved, and moved to a location we haven't yet searched. He resumed his pacing, a habit that Watson privately believed helped Holmes think more clearly, as though the movement of his body somehow synchronized with the movement of his thoughts. Toby, exhausted from the excitement of following Holmes through various rooms, had collapsed in front of the fire again, though his eyes remained alert, watching the humans with the air of a spectator at a particularly confusing play. "Let us consider the theories more carefully," Holmes said, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Theory 1. The gloves were taken by a human intruder. This would require someone to enter the building undetected, climb the stairs without being heard, enter this room while we were all present but distracted, take only the gloves and nothing else of value, and then depart, again without detection. "Sounds rather unlikely when you put it that way," Lestrade observed. "Unlikely, but not impossible," Holmes countered. "I have known criminals of extraordinary skill, capable of moving through occupied spaces like ghosts. There was a fellow in Whitechapel who could pick pockets in a crowded market, and his victims would swear no one had come within 3 feet of them. But such skills are rare, and generally employed for more valuable prizes than a pair of gloves, however handsome." Watson nodded his agreement. "And we would have heard something. The stairs creak abominably." "Indeed they do," Holmes agreed. "Mrs. Hudson complains about them regularly, but refuses to have them repaired because, and I quote, 'The creaking lets me know when Mr. Holmes is sneaking out at odd hours.' So, Theory 1 seems improbable. Let us move to Theory 2. The gloves were taken by someone already in the building. Ourselves, obviously. Mrs. Hudson, or—" He paused dramatically, looking at each of them in turn. "Or one of us 3 is the culprit," Lestrade finished, his thin face breaking into a grin. "Well, I didn't take my own gloves, so that leaves you and Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes." "I am innocent," Watson declared. "My scarf is still on that chair, untouched. Why would I take your gloves and leave my own possessions?" "To deflect suspicion?" Holmes suggested, his grey eyes glinting with mischief. "The perfect crime is often the one that appears to make no sense. By leaving your scarf, you establish that you have no interest in clothing items, thus directing suspicion elsewhere." "Holmes, that's absurd." "Is it? Or is that exactly what a guilty man would say?" Holmes appeared to be enjoying himself enormously. "Consider, you are a medical man. You understand the importance of warm hands. Perhaps you coveted Lestrade's fine new gloves. Perhaps your own are worn and shabby, and in a moment of weakness—" "My gloves are perfectly adequate, thank you very much," Watson interrupted, pulling them from his pocket to display. "See? Intact, serviceable, and my own." Then perhaps I am the guilty party," Holmes mused. "I do have a tendency to appropriate items for my experiments. Last week I borrowed Mrs. Hudson's best serving spoon to measure sulphuric acid, which she has not yet forgiven me for. Perhaps I saw the gloves and thought, excellent, new leather, perfect for testing the effects of various chemical compounds. Did you? Lestrade asked, genuinely curious now. No, Holmes admitted. I would remember doing that. I have an excellent memory for my own crimes, if not always for returning borrowed items. He waved a hand dismissively. Theory 2 collapses under scrutiny. None of us took the gloves. Which brings us to Theory 3. He turned to look at Toby, who had been following this conversation with the patient incomprehension of a dog who understands that his name is being mentioned, but has no idea why everyone keeps looking at him. The dog, Holmes said, our most likely suspect. Toby has access to this room. He has demonstrated, according to Mrs. Hudson's testimony, a propensity for collecting soft objects. He has the opportunity, the means, and possibly even a motive, if we accept that dogs are motivated by comfort and the desire to construct cozy nests. But where would he have taken them? Watson asked. We've searched everywhere. Not everywhere, Holmes corrected. We've searched where we think to look. But dogs think differently than humans. They choose hiding places based on criteria we might not consider. Darkness, warmth, proximity to food, distance from the traffic of human feet. He knelt beside Toby again, looking directly into the dog's soulful brown eyes. Where are they, old boy? What have you done with Inspector Lestrade's Christmas gloves? Toby's tail thumped once against the floor, a gesture of goodwill that communicated absolutely nothing about the location of missing leather goods. He's not going to confess, Lestrade said, amused. Dogs don't work that way. Don't they? Holmes stood, brushing off his knees. I've found that most creatures, human or animal, betray their secrets through behavior. A guilty man looks away. A guilty dog. Well, let us test the hypothesis. He walked to the door, opened it, and called down the stairs. Mrs. Hudson, might we have a word? There was a pause, then the sound of Mrs. Hudson's footsteps ascending from the kitchen, accompanied by a sigh audible from 2 floors below. She appeared in the doorway, her face flushed from the heat of the stove, a dusting of flour on her apron. Mr. Holmes, if this is about the gloves again. It is, Mrs. Hudson, and I apologize for the continued intrusion upon your valuable time. But I require your expertise. You mentioned that Toby has been collecting objects. Can you describe his behavior more precisely? Mrs. Hudson considered this, her expression softening slightly. For all her exasperation with Holmes's eccentricities, she had a fondness for the bloodhound, who had proven himself to be a gentle and well-mannered guest, if somewhat acquisitive. Well, she said, I first noticed it 3 days ago. I found him in the hallway with Dr. Watson's newspaper, carrying it very carefully in his mouth. Not chewing it, mind you, just carrying it. I thought perhaps he was bringing it to someone, the way some dogs do. But he took it down the hall toward the back of the house. The back of the house, Holmes repeated. Near the storage closet? Near there, yes. And then yesterday, as I mentioned, he had one of your slippers. The left one, the brown leather one you're always losing anyway. Again, he was heading toward the back. I took the slipper from him and put it back in your room, but he looked quite put out about it. Fascinating. And you said you found him with Watson's newspaper the day before? That's right. And now that I think on it, there was something else. A ball of yarn from my knitting basket. I found it missing Tuesday morning and blamed the cat from next door, but perhaps it was Toby all along. Holmes's eyes were bright with interest. So we have a pattern. Toby has been systematically collecting soft, portable objects and transporting them toward the back of the house. This suggests not random behavior, but purposeful construction. He's building something, a nest, most likely, for the approaching winter. Dogs don't build nests, Lestrade objected. This dog apparently does, Holmes replied. Watson, in your medical studies, did you encounter any literature on canine nesting behavior? Watson frowned, searching his memory. I seem to recall reading that some dogs, particularly females preparing to give birth, will gather materials to create a comfortable space. But Toby is male, and certainly not pregnant. No, but he is a dog who has spent much of his life in Sherman's kennels, where comfort was likely secondary to functionality. Now he finds himself in a warm house with access to all manner of soft, pleasant objects. Perhaps he's simply improving his circumstances. Mrs. Hudson's expression had softened further. Poor thing. I suppose he's just trying to make himself comfortable. That's not a crime, is it? Not in the eyes of the law, Holmes agreed. Though in the eyes of Inspector Lestrade, who wishes to go home to his wife with his Christmas gloves intact, it may constitute a serious offence against domestic tranquillity. I'm not going to arrest a dog, Lestrade said firmly, especially not on Christmas Eve. But I would like my gloves back, if it's all the same to everyone. Then we must find Toby's collection point, Holmes declared. Mrs. Hudson, you said he was heading toward the back of the house. What's back there, precisely? The storage closet, mostly, where I keep the extra linens, the cleaning supplies, that sort of thing. There's also a small alcove with some boxes of your things. Mr. Holmes, items you insisted I keep, but won't allow me to throw away, despite their being completely useless. Those items are evidence from past cases, Holmes protested. They may yet prove valuable. The stuffed crocodile, Mrs. Hudson asked pointedly. The Australian smuggling case. Essential evidence. The collection of different types of mud. The Bermondsey Swamp murders. Crucial. The jar of pickled... Yes, all essential, Holmes interrupted hastily. The point is, there are storage areas at the back of the house that Toby would have access to. Quiet areas, dark areas, perfect for a dog wishing to construct a secret nest. But we'd have seen him going back there, Watson objected. He's not exactly subtle, Holmes. He's a rather large bloodhound. We'd see him if we were looking, Holmes corrected. But how often do any of us pay attention to Toby's movements throughout the day? He's become part of the household furniture. We no more notice him padding through the hallway than we notice Mrs. Hudson going about her duties. No offence intended, Mrs. Hudson. None taken, I'm sure, Mrs. Hudson said dryly. We invisible servants are quite used to being overlooked. Holmes had the grace to look slightly abashed. I only meant that familiarity breeds inattention. We see what we expect to see. A dog in a house is expected. Therefore, we don't truly see the dog. We see the concept of the dog. We don't track his movements or question his purposes unless he does something to draw our attention. Like stealing gloves, Lestrade added. Precisely like stealing gloves. Holmes turned to the inspector. Tell me, Lestrade, did you notice anything unusual about Toby's behavior this evening? Any interest in the fireplace area? Any approach toward your gloves? Lestrade thought back, his brow furrowed. Well, now that you mention it, I did see him sniffing around the mantelpiece at one point, but dogs sniff things. I didn't think anything of it. When was this? shortly after I hung the gloves up. Perhaps 5 minutes later. He wandered over, sniffed at them, then wandered away again. I thought he was just being curious. Or, Holmes suggested, he was performing reconnaissance, assessing the object for future acquisition. Dogs may not plan in the way humans do, but they do show signs of purposeful behavior. Toby identified your gloves as desirable additions to his collection. He waited for an opportune moment, when we were all distracted, and then executed his theft with admirable efficiency. Watson found himself oddly proud of Toby, if this theory was correct. So he's not just a thief, he's a strategic thief. The best kind, Holmes said with genuine approval. One could almost respect the methodology. Could we perhaps respect it after we've recovered the gloves? Lestrade asked. Mrs. Lestrade will be wondering where I've gotten to. Of course. Holmes rubbed his hands together, his expression eager. Mrs. Hudson, would you be so kind as to show us to the storage areas at the back of the house? I believe we're about to discover Toby's treasure trove. Mrs. Hudson sighed, but nodded. Very well. But mind you don't disturb my linens. I've just had them laundered and folded, and I won't have you rooting through them like badgers after rabbits. We shall be models of respect for your domestic order, Holmes promised, in a tone that inspired absolutely no confidence whatsoever. They filed out of the sitting room, Holmes in the lead, Mrs. Hudson behind him carrying a lamp, Watson and Lestrade following, and Toby bringing up the rear, his tail wagging with the enthusiasm of a dog who believes that wherever humans are going in a group, it must be toward something interesting. The game, as Holmes was fond of saying, was definitely afoot. The procession down the hallway of 221B Baker Street had something of a comic quality to it. The great detective leading the way with lamp held high like an explorer venturing into uncharted territory, followed by a housekeeper with her arms crossed in barely concealed amusement, a doctor trying to maintain his dignity while clearly enjoying the absurdity of the situation, a police inspector who had long ago accepted that evenings at Baker Street rarely proceeded along conventional lines, and a bloodhound whose enthusiastic tail-wagging suggested he had no idea he was the prime suspect in a criminal investigation. The hallway itself was narrow and papered in a pattern that had once been fashionable, but now simply looked tired, like an elderly gentleman still wearing the waistcoat of his youth. Gas lamps flickered in their wall sconces, casting shadows that danced and stretched as the group passed. The floorboards creaked with the particular eloquence of old wood, each plank offering its own commentary on the weight it bore. Mrs. Hudson led them past the familiar geography of the upper floor, past Watson's room with its door slightly ajar, past Holmes's chaotic chamber from which mysterious chemical smells occasionally emerged, past the small bathroom with its ancient plumbing that groaned and rattled like a ghost in chains whenever anyone drew a bath. At the end of the hall, tucked into a corner that seemed designed to be overlooked, was a door that Watson realized he'd passed countless times without ever consciously registering its existence. "The storage closet," Mrs. Hudson announced, producing a key from the collection that hung at her waist. "I keep it locked, because otherwise Mr. Holmes treats it as an extension of his laboratory, and I've no desire to find experimental fungi growing on my good linens." "That was one time," Holmes protested, "and the fungi were essential to the Blackheath poisoning case." "The linens were never the same," Mrs. Hudson replied firmly, turning the key in the lock. The door swung open to reveal a space larger than Watson had expected, stretching back into darkness that the lamp's glow could only partially penetrate. Shelves lined both walls, laden with the organized chaos of a household's accumulated necessities. Stacks of folded sheets and towels, boxes of candles, containers of soap and polish, spare curtains folded and tied with ribbon. The air smelled of lavender and camphor, the scents Mrs. Hudson used to keep moths at bay, mixed with something earthier, mustier, that spoke of spaces seldom aired. "There," Mrs. Hudson said, pointing toward the back corner. "Behind those boxes is where I've seen Toby heading. I assumed he was just exploring, as dogs do." Holmes moved forward, the lamp casting strange shadows that seemed to writhe on the walls. Toby, interestingly, had stopped at the threshold of the closet, his tail suddenly still, his posture suggesting a dog who had just remembered a previous engagement elsewhere, and was considering a strategic retreat. "Aha!" Holmes exclaimed. "Observe the suspect's behavior. Classic signs of guilt. He knows we're close to his hoard." "Or he doesn't like the smell of camphor," Watson suggested. "Many dogs have sensitive noses." "Perhaps," Holmes allowed, though his tone suggested he preferred his own interpretation. He began moving boxes aside with the careful precision of an archaeologist excavating a tomb. Watson moved to help, and together they cleared a path toward the back corner, where the shadows were thickest and the smell of lavender gave way to something else. The distinct scent of dog, mixed with leather and wool and various other materials that had no business being in a storage closet. And there, precisely where Holmes had predicted, they found it. Toby's nest was a masterpiece of canine architecture. The dog had constructed a circular arrangement of purloined comfort. Watson's newspaper formed a base layer, upon which rested Holmes' missing brown slipper, positioned carefully as if it were a pillow. A ball of yarn, partially unravelled, had been woven between these items to create a kind of cushioning effect. And there, arranged with what could only be described as deliberate care, were Inspector Lestrade's new Christmas gloves, placed side by side as if they were sleeping. "Well, I'll be damned," Lestrade said softly, staring at his gloves nestled in their unlikely resting place. "A nest," Holmes said, and Watson could hear the genuine admiration in his voice. "He's created an actual nest. Look at the construction, the layering of materials, the circular shape designed to retain warmth, the positioning of softer items toward the center. It's remarkably sophisticated for an animal supposedly driven only by instinct." Mrs. Hudson peered over their shoulders, her expression softening. "Oh, the poor dear. He's just trying to make himself a cozy spot. I should have realized. He's been sleeping in the kitchen, on the hard floor. I suppose he wanted something more comfortable." Watson felt an unexpected pang of sympathy for Toby. The bloodhound, accustomed to Sherman's kennels, where comfort was likely a foreign concept, had simply been trying to improve his circumstances with the materials available to him. There was something almost human in the endeavour, this desire for a soft place to rest at the end of a long day. Holmes retrieved the gloves carefully, holding them up to the lamplight to examine them. "Undamaged," he reported, "slightly warm from being near the dog and bearing traces of his scent, but otherwise intact. Your wife's Christmas gift is recovered, Lestrade." Before the inspector could respond, a sound echoed from downstairs, the front door opening, followed by heavy footsteps on the stairs. Very heavy footsteps, measured and ponderous, ascending with the deliberate pace of someone who found physical exertion mildly offensive, but necessary. Holmes's head snapped up, his expression transforming from triumph to something between pleasure and resignation. "Mycroft," he said simply. "Your brother?" Watson asked. "Tonight. But he never leaves the Diogenes Club on Christmas Eve. Apparently, this year, he's making an exception." Holmes handed the gloves to Lestrade and moved back toward the hallway. "This should be interesting. Mycroft leaving the club on Christmas Eve suggests either the end of civilization as we know it, or he's run out of the particular brandy he favors and is hoping I have some." They emerged from the storage closet just as a figure appeared at the top of the stairs, pausing to catch his breath with the air of a man who considered breathing an unfortunate biological necessity. Mycroft Holmes was 7 years his brother's senior, and considerably larger in every dimension, his bulk draped in an overcoat of exceptional quality, and a scarf that looked thick enough to insulate a small building. His face, round and intelligent, bore the same sharp grey eyes as his brother, though they sat in features more suited to a Renaissance painting of prosperous merchants than to detective work. "Sherlock," Mycroft said, his voice a deep rumble that seemed to resonate in the chest. Dr. Watson, Inspector Lestrade, and Mrs. Hudson, looking as forbearing as ever. What a charming tableau! Am I interrupting some form of domestic drama? "Mycroft," Holmes replied, with the particular tone of affection mixed with exasperation that Watson had learned was how the Holmes brothers expressed familial feeling. "What catastrophe drives you from the Diogenes on Christmas Eve? Has the Prime Minister been assassinated? Has France declared war? Or have you simply run out of reading material?" "None of the above, though I confess the last was a near thing." Mycroft advanced into the hallway with the cautious navigation of a large ship in a narrow harbour. "I came to wish you the compliments of the season and to deliver a gift from Mummy, who insists that despite your protestations of self-sufficiency, you need proper woolen socks." He produced a wrapped package from within his coat, regarding it with the expression of a man carrying something faintly ridiculous but obligatory. "How thoughtful," Holmes said, accepting the package without unwrapping it. "And you couldn't have sent this via post." Mummy insisted on hand delivery. You know how she is about Christmas. Sentiment over practicality. Mycroft's eyes, however, were already scanning the scene, taking in the open storage closet, the lamp, the general air of investigation. "Though I see I've arrived in the midst of something. Let me guess. A theft? No, something smaller. A mystery of the domestic variety. Watson's lost his pocket watch again? Mrs. Hudson's discovered her silver polish has gone missing?" "Inspector Lestrade's gloves were stolen," Holmes said. "We've just recovered them from Toby's nest in the storage closet." Mycroft's eyebrows rose fractionally, which for him constituted an expression of extreme surprise. "The bloodhound has a nest? How delightfully primitive. And you, Sherlock, have spent your Christmas Eve tracking stolen gloves. I'm not sure whether to be amused or concerned about your current caseload." "It was a challenge worthy of investigation," Holmes replied with dignity. "It was a dog taking comfortable items to make a bed," Mycroft corrected. "I deduced as much from observing Toby's posture and the faint smell of leather emanating from that closet when I reached the top of the stairs. Really, Sherlock, this hardly required your vaunted methods. The sibling rivalry that existed between the Holmes brothers was a thing of legend at Baker Street. Watson had witnessed it before, and found it both entertaining and slightly uncomfortable, like watching two master swordsmen fence with words instead of blades. "And yet, you deduced it incorrectly," Holmes said smoothly. "Or rather, you deduced the conclusion without understanding the process. The gloves weren't simply taken, they were selected. Toby has been building his collection over several days, choosing items based on specific criteria: softness, scent, portability. The gloves represented the culmination of his efforts, the final piece in his construction." "How poetic," Mycroft said dryly. "The bloodhound as curator of comfort. Still, I notice you haven't asked the more interesting question. Which is, why is the dog building a nest at all?" Mycroft moved past them toward the storage closet, peering inside with interest. Dogs don't typically engage in this behavior unless prompted by specific circumstances: pregnancy in females, illness in either sex, or, and I suspect this is the case, a response to environmental discomfort. "Where has the dog been sleeping, Mrs. Hudson?" "In the kitchen, sir," Mrs. Hudson replied. "On the floor, near the stove." "Ah, and the kitchen floor is?" "Stone," she admitted. "Hard and cold, even with the stove burning." "Precisely. So the dog, finding himself in a cold environment with access to soft materials, does what any rational creature would do. He improves his situation. This isn't theft, Sherlock. It's a basic survival instinct translated into domestic terms." Mycroft turned to Toby, who had been watching this entire exchange with the patient confusion of a dog who understands he's being discussed, but has no idea why. The criminal mastermind is simply cold. There was a moment of silence as this observation settled over the group. Watson found himself slightly embarrassed that none of them had considered the simple explanation, that Toby was cold and had sought to remedy the situation with the materials at hand. "He needs a proper bed," Mrs. Hudson said suddenly, her voice firm. "With blankets. I'll set one up in the kitchen tonight. The poor thing shouldn't have to steal to be comfortable." "A charitable response to criminal behavior," Mycroft observed. "Though I approve. Punishing the dog for exercising initiative would be rather like punishing Watson for breathing. Technically possible, but ultimately counterproductive." "Thank you, I think," Watson said. Holmes had been silent during this exchange, but Watson could see his mind working. Finally, he smiled. That particular smile that meant he'd found something amusing in his own overthinking. "You're right, of course, Mycroft. The simple explanation is usually correct. I've been so starved for intellectual stimulation that I've elevated a cold dog into a master thief." "It happens to the best of us," Mycroft said generously, "though usually not to me. Naturally not to you. You're far too busy being indispensable to the British government to concern yourself with the problems of mere mortals. Someone has to keep the empire running while you chase after dogs and gloves." Lestrade, who had been holding his recovered gloves throughout this entire exchange, cleared his throat. "Well, I'm grateful to both Holmes brothers for solving the mystery, and to Mrs. Hudson for her kindness to the dog. But I really should be getting home. Mrs. Lestrade will be wondering what's become of me." "Of course," Holmes said, suddenly remembering his role as host. "Though you're welcome to stay for Mrs. Hudson's plum pudding. It should be ready shortly." "The plum pudding has been ready for 20 minutes, Mrs. Hudson announced with some asperity. "I've been keeping it warm while you played detective in my storage closet. If you want it served properly, you'll come down to the sitting room now, all of you, including Mr. Mycroft, and you'll eat it like civilized people, instead of standing about in hallways discussing the domestic arrangements of bloodhounds." "I defer to higher authority," Mycroft said, bowing slightly. "Lead on, Mrs. Hudson. I would not dream of disappointing a plum pudding that has waited so patiently for its moment of glory." They trooped back down the hallway, a larger procession now, with Mycroft's bulk adding considerably to the crowd. Toby followed last, his tail wagging again now that the investigation of his nest had concluded, apparently unaware that he had been the subject of intense intellectual debate, and had emerged with both his collection intact and the promise of a proper bed. As they settled back into the sitting room, Mrs. Hudson disappearing to fetch the pudding, Mycroft lowered himself into a chair that creaked alarmingly under his weight, and regarded his brother with benign amusement. "So," he said, "a quiet Christmas Eve at Baker Street. How refreshing." "Quiet is relative," Watson murmured. "Indeed it is, Doctor. Indeed it is." Outside, the snow continued to fall, and the bells of London rang out their Christmas Eve chorus, and in the warm sitting room at 221B Baker Street, the case of the missing gloves drew toward its conclusion with laughter, family, and the promise of plum pudding still to come. Mrs. Hudson's plum pudding, when it finally made its appearance, was a thing of considerable magnificence. It arrived on a silver platter that had been in her family for 3 generations, steaming gently, its dark surface glistening with brandy butter that pooled in the shallow bowl beneath it. The pudding itself was dense and rich, studded with currants and sultanas that caught the firelight like tiny jewels embedded in the surface of a mysterious planet. A sprig of holly adorned the top, its red berries bright against the dark fruit, and the whole creation smelled of Christmas itself, of spices and spirits, of careful preparation and long-held tradition. "Magnificent, Mrs. Hudson," Mycroft declared, eyeing the pudding with genuine appreciation. "You've outdone yourself." "I make the same pudding every year," Mrs. Hudson replied, though Watson could see she was pleased by the compliment. "Same recipe my mother used, and her mother before her. The secret is in the sweat and the steaming time. 3 hours, no less, no more." She served generous portions onto the good china plates, the ones usually reserved for special occasions, which apparently included Christmas Eve, with multiple Holmes brothers and a Scotland Yard inspector. Each serving came with a dollop of brandy butter that began melting immediately upon contact with the hot pudding, creating small rivers of alcoholic sweetness that wound their way across the plate like tributaries seeking the sea. Lestrade accepted his portion gratefully, his recovered gloves now residing safely in his coat pocket. "This almost makes up for the loss of my gloves," he said, taking his first bite. "Though I'm glad to have them back, of course." Mrs. Lestrade would never have believed the story about a dog building a nest. "Most people wouldn't," Mycroft observed, sampling his own portion with the careful attention of a man who took his desserts seriously. "It's the sort of tale that sounds invented, which ironically makes it more likely to be true. The best lies are always more plausible than reality." "Speak for yourself," Holmes said, though he too was eating with evident pleasure. "I find reality endlessly implausible. Just when you think you understand the rules, someone breaks them in spectacular fashion." Watson, enjoying his own pudding, found himself reflecting on the evening's events. What had begun as a simple Christmas Eve gathering had transformed into something else entirely, a miniature mystery that had engaged all their attention, and, in its own small way, reminded him why he found life at Baker Street so endlessly fascinating. There was something deeply satisfying about the application of logic to the problems of everyday existence, even when those problems involved nothing more serious than missing gloves and a dog with architectural ambitions. Toby, lying before the fire, watched the eating with the hopeful expression of a dog who understood that where humans consumed food, small accidents occasionally occurred that resulted in morsels falling floorward. Mrs. Hudson, however, had anticipated this, and had provided him with his own small plate of scraps from the kitchen. Not pudding, which would have been unsuitable for canine digestion, but bits of beef and potato that Toby consumed with quiet efficiency. "I've been thinking," Holmes said suddenly, setting down his fork, "about Toby's collection." "Oh, Lord," Watson muttered, "can't we simply eat our pudding in peace?" "Hear me out. The gloves were the final item in his nest, yes? The culminating piece. But what if there are other items we haven't discovered yet? Other objects he's gathered that we haven't missed because we haven't had occasion to look for them?" Mycroft raised an eyebrow. "You're suggesting the dog has a secret cache somewhere else in the building?" "I'm suggesting that a dog methodical enough to construct an elaborate nest might have engaged in preliminary gathering that we're unaware of. He's been living here for, what, Mrs. Hudson, 3 weeks now?" "Just about," she confirmed. "Since that business with the stolen diamonds and the merchant from Limehouse. You borrowed him from Mr. Sherman and never got around to returning him." 3 weeks, Holmes repeated, ample time for a determined dog to accumulate quite a collection. The items in the storage closet were merely his primary nest, but dogs often hide things, bury bones, stash treasures. What if Toby has been more industrious than we've given him credit for? "Holmes," Watson said patiently, "you're overthinking this. The gloves have been found. The mystery is solved. Can't we simply enjoy our Christmas Eve?" "But don't you see? That's precisely the point. We've solved the immediate mystery, but we haven't understood the full scope of Toby's activities. There could be items missing from this household that we haven't even noticed yet. A comprehensive search is warranted." "A comprehensive search," Mycroft said, his tone suggesting deep skepticism, "of the entire building, on Christmas Eve, because you suspect a bloodhound might have hidden additional items we haven't missed? Sherlock, even by your standards, this seems excessive. Does it? Or is it merely thorough?" Holmes was warming to his theme now, his pudding temporarily forgotten. "Consider, Lestrade's gloves were missed immediately because he needed them to leave. But what about items we use less frequently? Books from the shelves, small tools from my chemistry set, Watson's spare collar studs. Any of these could have been appropriated by our four-legged friend, and we'd be none the wiser." "My collar studs are all accounted for," Watson said firmly. "Are they? When did you last count them?" "I don't count my collar studs, Holmes. I'm not a madman." "Perhaps you should start. Inventory is the foundation of household security." Lestrade was trying not to laugh, his thin face contorted with the effort. "Mr. Holmes, I think Dr. Watson has the right to it. The gloves are found. Let's declare victory and move on." But Holmes was already standing, that restless energy that characterized his active periods clearly upon him. "It won't take long. A quick survey of the premises. Watson, you check your room again. Look for items you might not immediately miss. Lestrade, if you're willing, perhaps examine the bathroom and the landing. I'll investigate my own chambers and the sitting room more thoroughly. Mycroft will remain in this chair and finish his pudding, Mycroft interrupted. I didn't leave the Diogenes Club and brave the Christmas Eve cold to search for hypothetical treasures accumulated by a dog. My contribution to this investigation is complete. Suit yourself, Holmes said, clearly not at all bothered by his brother's refusal. Mrs. Hudson? I'll check the kitchen, she said with a sigh. Not because I think there's anything to find, but because it'll be quicker to humour you than to argue. And Mr. Holmes, when this search turns up nothing, you'll admit the case is closed, and we can all have a peaceful remainder of the evening. If it turns out to be nothing, I shall be the first to admit defeat, Holmes promised. Watson exchanged glances with Lestrade, who shrugged in resignation. They'd both been through enough investigations with Holmes to know that resistance was futile once he'd set his mind on a course of action. Better to conduct the search quickly and return to the warmth and comfort of the sitting room than to spend the evening arguing about it. And so, for the second time that evening, the residents and guests of 221B Baker Street dispersed throughout the building in search of items that might or might not be missing. Watson approached his room with less enthusiasm than before. The first search had been novel, even amusing. This second expedition felt more like a chore. Still, he was thorough, checking drawers and cupboards with the methodical attention that military training had instilled in him. His collar studs were indeed all present, lined up in their small leather case like soldiers on parade. His cufflinks occupied their proper place. His spare handkerchiefs lay folded in their drawer. But then, checking the small bookshelf beside his bed, he noticed something. His copy of The Sign of Four, a novel he'd been meaning to reread, was missing. He stood there for a moment, frowning at the gap in the shelf where the book should have been. Had he lent it to someone? Left it downstairs? Or had Toby, in his collecting expeditions, decided that a book would make a fine addition to his hoard? In the bathroom, Lestrade was conducting his own search with the professional thoroughness of a Scotland Yard inspector. The room was small, its fixtures ancient but functional, the mirror spotted with age. He checked the medicine cabinet, the small cupboard beneath the sink, even looked behind the radiator, which rattled and clanked with the effort of heating water that travelled through pipes older than anyone living in the building. And there, wedged behind the radiator, he found something unexpected. A sock. Not his sock, obviously, as he hadn't removed his socks at this bathroom, but someone's sock, grey wool, worn at the heel, bearing the unmistakable signs of having been there for some time. Downstairs, Mrs. Hudson was discovering her own mysteries. In the kitchen, which she kept in meticulous order, she found that her favourite tea towel, the one with the blue checks that her sister had given her for her birthday, was missing from its customary hook beside the sink, and the small wooden spoon she used for stirring porridge, which should have been in the crock with the other utensils, had vanished. In his own room, Holmes was conducting what could only be described as an archaeological expedition through the layers of organized chaos that constituted his personal space. Papers, books, chemical equipment, mysterious objects from past cases, all received his attention. And gradually he began to notice absences. A leather bookmark, a gift from Watson 3 Christmases ago. A soft cloth he used for cleaning his violin. A woolen scarf, admittedly old and frayed, that he'd been meaning to have Mrs. Hudson repair. They reconvened in the sitting room 15 minutes later, each bearing evidence of Toby's more extensive activities. Watson brought his missing book. Lestrade presented the sock with the air of a man who has discovered something significant in a place where nothing significant should be. Mrs. Hudson held her tea towel and wooden spoon, her expression a mixture of exasperation and reluctant admiration. Holmes carried his accumulated missing items, like a prosecutor presenting evidence to a jury. "Well," Mycroft said from his chair, where he had indeed remained throughout, working steadily through his pudding, "it appears Sherlock was right. The dog has been more industrious than we suspected." Toby, observing this gathering of his collected treasures, had the grace to look somewhat sheepish, though his tail continued its gentle wagging, suggesting he didn't feel any particularly crushing guilt about his activities. "He's been gathering things for weeks," Holmes said, laying out the items on a side table, "building not just one nest, but preparing materials for multiple comfortable spaces throughout the building. The sock in the bathroom. Probably for a nest near the warm radiator," Lestrade finished. "Dogs like warmth." "The tea towel and wooden spoon from the kitchen," Mrs. Hudson added, "though what he wanted with a wooden spoon I cannot fathom." "Perhaps he confused it with a bone," Watson suggested. "Or perhaps he simply liked the way it smelled," Holmes said. "Mrs. Hudson, you use that spoon for porridge, yes, which contains milk and butter. To a dog, that would smell quite appealing." They stood around the table, looking at the assembled evidence of Toby's covert operations, a collection of mundane household objects that had been transformed by context into something almost touching. Each item represented the dog's simple desire for comfort, for warmth, for a soft place to rest in a world that often offered hard floors and cold corners. "We should search the rest of the building," Holmes said, though his tone was less insistent now, more thoughtful. "Find all his hidden caches, return the items to their proper places." "Or," Mrs. Hudson said quietly, "we could let him keep them." Everyone turned to look at her. "It's Christmas Eve," she continued, "and he's just a dog trying to be comfortable. That tea towel is old anyway. The wooden spoon I can spare. If he's found places where he feels safe and warm, why take that away from him? There are worse crimes in London tonight than a dog collecting soft things." There was a moment of silence as this perspective settled over the group. Watson found himself nodding. She was right, of course. In a city where theft and violence were daily occurrences, where poverty drove people to desperate measures, and cruelty often masqueraded as justice, a dog's small thefts to achieve comfort seemed not just forgivable, but almost admirable. "Agreed," Lestrade said firmly. "He can keep whatever he's collected. I've got my gloves back, and that's all I needed." "Hear, hear," Watson added. Holmes looked at his brother, who had finished his pudding and was regarding the assembly with benign amusement. "Well, Mycroft, what does the British government think of this proposal to let a criminal keep the proceeds of his crimes?" "The British government," Mycroft replied, "thinks that wisdom sometimes lies in knowing when to enforce rules and when to show mercy. Let the dog keep his treasures, though I suggest someone provide him with proper bedding so he needn't continue his larcenous ways." "I'll set him up properly tomorrow," Mrs. Hudson promised. "A proper bed with blankets in the warmest corner of the kitchen, and perhaps one or two of these items to make him feel at home." Holmes smiled, genuinely smiled, not his usual sardonic expression, but something warmer, more human. then the case is truly closed. The mystery of the missing gloves has been solved. Toby's extensive criminal enterprise has been uncovered and pardoned, and justice tempered with mercy has prevailed. Not a bad evening's work. And now, Mycroft said, perhaps we could have some of that mulled wine Watson mentioned earlier. I believe we've earned it. As Mrs. Hudson went to fetch the wine and fresh cups, and as the fire burned warm and bright, and as Toby settled himself with a contented sigh, the assembled company at 221B Baker Street found themselves exactly where a Christmas Eve should find them, together, warm and at peace with the world's small mysteries. The mulled wine arrived in Mrs. Hudson's best copper pot, the one she reserved for special occasions, and which gleamed in the firelight like a captured sunset. The scent that rose from it was intoxicating. Cinnamon and cloves, orange peel, and star anise, the warmth of red wine heated to the perfect temperature where it could comfort without overwhelming. Mrs. Hudson poured with the practiced hand of someone who had served countless cups over countless years, each portion measured not by volume, but by some internal sense of what was appropriate for the person receiving it. Mycroft received a generous serving, which he accepted with a nod of appreciation. Lestrade got slightly less, accounting for the fact that he still had to navigate London's snowy streets to reach home. Watson received what Mrs. Hudson deemed a medical man's portion, enough to relax, but not enough to impair judgment, should some midnight emergency require his professional services. Holmes received the smallest amount, which he didn't seem to notice or care about, as he was already staring into the fire, with that distant expression that meant his mind had wandered into territories known only to himself. To Toby, Mycroft said, raising his cup, the most successful criminal in London tonight, who has achieved what few manage, complete forgiveness from all his victims. To Toby, they echoed, and the bloodhound, hearing his name repeated with what sounded like approval, thumped his tail against the floor in acknowledgment. The wine was perfect, Watson thought, sipping carefully. The spices bloomed on his tongue, the warmth spread through his chest, and he felt the particular contentment that comes from being exactly where one should be, with exactly the people one should be with, on exactly the right evening. Outside, the snow had intensified, visible through the window in thick swirling clouds that obscured the street lamps and transformed Baker Street into something from a fairy tale, a world of white and shadow, where the ordinary became magical through the simple application of frozen water. "I have a confession to make," Holmes said suddenly, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled over the room. Everyone turned to look at him. Holmes making unprompted confessions was unusual enough to merit full attention. "When I first examined the fireplace," he continued, still gazing into the flames, "I saw the paw prints in the coal dust almost immediately. I knew within the first 5 minutes that Toby was the likely culprit. But I said nothing because—" He paused, seeming to search for the right words. "Because the mystery was too entertaining to solve quickly." Watson laughed. "Holmes, we all knew that." "Did you?" "Of course. You had that look, the one you get when you've already solved something, but are enjoying the process too much to reveal it. I've seen it dozens of times." "Hundreds," Lestrade added with a grin. "You do love to make a meal of things, Mr. Holmes." Mycroft made a sound that might have been amusing. "Sherlock has always preferred the journey to the destination. Even as a child, he would solve puzzles and then pretend he hadn't, just so he could solve them again from a different angle. "There's nothing wrong with thoroughness," Holmes protested, though he didn't sound particularly defensive. "Besides, if I'd announced Toby's guilt immediately, we would never have discovered the full extent of his activities. The sock in the bathroom, Watson's book, Mrs. Hudson's kitchen implements, all of that would have remained hidden." "True enough," Watson conceded, "though I still think you drew it out more than strictly necessary." "Probably," Holmes admitted. "But it's Christmas Eve, and we had nowhere else to be, and Lestrade's gloves weren't going anywhere. Sometimes the process matters more than the conclusion." It was a remarkably philosophical statement, from a man who usually valued efficiency above all else, and Watson wondered if the mulled wine was having a mellowing effect, or if perhaps the holiday season was softening even Sherlock Holmes's practical edges. "Speaking of the full extent of his activities," Mycroft said, "I propose we conduct one final search, not to punish the dog or reclaim the items, but simply to catalogue the complete scope of his enterprise. It would be intellectually satisfying to know exactly what we've been living with these past 3 weeks." Holmes's eyes brightened. "A forensic reconstruction of Toby's criminal career. Mycroft, you surprised me. I didn't think you had it in you to be interested in anything smaller than matters of international significance." "Even the British Empire," Mycroft replied, "occasionally benefits from attention to detail. Besides, I'm curious. The dog has shown remarkable organizational skills. I'd like to know if there's a pattern to his selections." "There's always a pattern," Holmes said, rising from his chair with renewed energy. "The question is whether we're clever enough to recognize it." And so, for the third time that evening, the search of 221B Baker Street commenced. But this time it had a different quality, less the urgency of a criminal investigation, and more the spirit of an archaeological expedition, a group of scholars uncovering the traces of a civilization they hadn't known existed within their own walls. Even Mycroft, despite his earlier protestations about remaining seated, levered himself out of his chair and participated, his sharp eyes missing nothing, despite his claims of physical indolence. Together, they worked through the building systematically, checking every corner, every cupboard, every space where a determined bloodhound might have secreted treasures. In Watson's room, in addition to the missing book, they found a handkerchief wedged behind the bedpost, one Watson had assumed was lost to the laundry months ago. In Holmes's chamber, beneath the desk, they discovered a soft flannel cloth that Holmes used for cleaning his magnifying glass, along with a leather bookmark and what appeared to be one of Watson's old socks, the match to the one found behind the bathroom radiator. The bathroom yielded more than just the single sock. Behind the clawfoot tub, in a space so narrow that only a determined dog could have accessed it, they found a small cache of items, a washcloth, a bar of soap, barely used and smelling faintly of lavender, and inexplicably one of Lestrade's calling cards, which the inspector had apparently dropped during a previous visit, and which Toby had claimed as treasure. "He took my calling card," Lestrade said, half laughing, half incredulous. "What use could a dog possibly have for a calling card?" "Perhaps he wanted to remember you," Watson suggested. "Dogs form attachments. They like familiar scents." In the hallway, they found more evidence of Toby's activities. A draft excluder that usually lived at the bottom of the front door had been relocated to the small alcove near the storage closet. One of Mrs. Hudson's dustcloths, the soft cotton kind she used for polishing furniture, had been carefully positioned in the corner behind the coat rack. The storage closet itself, when searched more thoroughly, revealed that Toby's main nest was even more elaborate than they'd initially realized. Beneath the newspaper and gloves, they found additional layers. An old tea towel, not the missing one, but another Mrs. Hudson had thought lost. Several more handkerchiefs of various provenance, a soft cotton shirt that Watson had relegated to the rag bag months ago, and, most surprisingly, a silk scarf that Holmes had no memory of ever owning. "That's mine," Mycroft said, recognizing it immediately. "Or was mine. I left it here after my last visit, months ago. I assumed it had been lost or given to charity." "Toby assumed it was available for appropriation," Holmes said, examining the scarf with interest. "Excellent quality silk, very soft. He has a discriminating taste." The kitchen, Mrs. Hudson's domain, proved to be the richest archaeological site. In addition to the tea towel and wooden spoon she'd already discovered missing, they found a veritable treasure trove of collected items tucked into various corners and crevices. Behind the flour bin, a dishcloth and a knitted potholder. Under the sink, a shopping bag made of soft canvas and 2 more tea towels. In the small cupboard where Mrs. Hudson kept the cleaning supplies, a collection of rags, some of which she recognized and some she'd never seen before. "He's been shopping in other people's houses," she said, staring at the unfamiliar rags. "These aren't mine." "They might have come in attached to our clothes," Watson suggested. "Or perhaps they were already here, left behind by previous tenants, and we'd simply never noticed them." "Or," Holmes said with a glint in his eye, "Toby has been making expeditions beyond 221B, a criminal enterprise with an expanding territory. Perhaps he's been visiting the neighbors, collecting soft goods from up and down Baker Street." "Don't," Mrs. Hudson said firmly. "Don't even suggest it. I have enough to apologize for without going door to door asking if anyone's missing rags and tea towels." But the most remarkable discovery came in the small coal cellar, a space accessed through a door in the kitchen that led down a short flight of stone steps into darkness. Mrs. Hudson descended with her lamp. The others followed carefully, and there, in the farthest corner, they found what could only be described as Toby's masterpiece. He had constructed what amounted to a complete bed. The base was formed from the canvas shopping bag, spread flat to protect against the cold stone floor. Upon this foundation he had layered cloth after cloth, tea towels, dust cloths, handkerchiefs, the cotton shirt, all arranged to create a soft, warm surface. The sides were built up with items strategically placed to block drafts. The draft excluder from the hallway rolled into a cushion shape and several more rags wadded together. And in the center, carefully positioned as though it were the most precious thing in the world, was Mycroft's silk scarf, folded into a pillow. They stood in silence, looking at this achievement. It was, in its own way, magnificent. Toby had taken the random detritus of a household, items forgotten, overlooked, deemed too worn for their original purposes, and had transformed them into something functional, and, in its rough way, beautiful. He had created warmth where there was cold, softness where there was stone, comfort where there had been none. "Well," Mycroft said finally, his deep voice echoing slightly in the cellar's acoustics, "I stand corrected. This isn't the work of a simple thief. This is architecture. This is engineering. This is Rather impressive, actually. He built himself a home, Watson said quietly. In the coldest, darkest corner of the building, he made a place that was warm and safe and his own. Mrs. Hudson's eyes were suspiciously bright in the lamplight. And I had him sleeping on the kitchen floor like a common stray. Oh, the poor thing. He must have been so cold. He solved the problem himself, Holmes observed. Rather than complain or suffer, he identified the resources available to him and deployed them efficiently. There's something almost admirable in that level of self-sufficiency. Lestrade was shaking his head in wonder. I've investigated human criminals who put less planning into their operations. This dog has more organizational ability than half the thieves in London. They climbed back up the stairs in contemplative silence, leaving Toby's coal cellar nest undisturbed. The bloodhound himself had followed them part way down, but had stopped at the bottom step, as though unsure whether humans were meant to know about his secret headquarters. Now he watched them emerge with an expression that managed to combine pride, embarrassment, and hope in equal measure. Back in the sitting room, warming themselves by the fire after the chill of the cellar, they took stock of what they'd discovered. The full inventory of Toby's collected items was impressive. Nearly 30 separate pieces of cloth, leather, and soft materials distributed across 5 different locations throughout the building. Each cache served a purpose. The bathroom nest near the warm radiator, the hallway nest near the door where drafts entered, the storage closet nest in a quiet area away from human traffic, and the magnificent coal cellar construction that represented his primary residence. He's been running a distributed comfort network, Holmes said, his analytical mind clearly delighted by the pattern. Multiple locations, each serving different needs. Warmth here, quiet there, accessibility elsewhere. It's sophisticated strategic planning. For a dog, Watson added. For anyone, Holmes corrected. Humans could learn from this level of practical problem-solving. The question, Mycroft said, is what we do now. We've discovered his enterprise. We've documented his methods. Do we dismantle it all, or... We let him keep it, Mrs. Hudson said firmly. All of it. Every tea towel, every handkerchief, every scrap of cloth. And tomorrow, I'm going to the market to buy proper blankets and cushions, and I'm going to set up a real bed in the kitchen and another in the sitting room, and if he wants to keep his coal cellar nest, he can do that too. No creature in my house will be cold on Christmas. There was a murmur of agreement. Even Mycroft nodded his approval. Then it's settled, Holmes declared. Toby's criminal career is officially pardoned. His stolen goods are granted to him by executive clemency, and he is hereby declared a member of this household with all the rights and privileges that entails. As if understanding that something significant had just been decided in his favour, Toby rose from his position by the fire, walked over to Mrs. Hudson, and placed his large head in her lap, gazing up at her with soulful brown eyes that conveyed more gratitude than words ever could. "Oh, you beautiful boy," she murmured, stroking his ears. "You lovely, clever, resourceful thing." And in that moment, the case of the missing Mittens transformed from a mystery to be solved into a story about kindness, about understanding, about the ways that creatures, whether human or canine, seek comfort in an often uncomfortable world. The revelation was complete, and it was perfect. The clock on the mantelpiece struck 9, its chimes soft and melodious, marking the passage of time with the gentle insistence of a thing that has measured countless evenings and will measure countless more. The fire had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, each one pulsing with its own internal light, like tiny hearts beating in the darkness. Watson rose to add another log, and the flames leapt up eagerly, as if grateful for the renewed fuel, casting dancing shadows across the walls that moved with the hypnotic rhythm of something alive and content. Outside, the snow continued its quiet work, building drifts against doorways, softening the hard edges of the city, transforming London into something gentler than its usual self. The street lamps wore halos of white, their light diffused through the falling flakes into something almost ethereal. Occasionally, the sound of carol singers drifted past, voices rising in imperfect harmony, singing of peace and goodwill with the particular enthusiasm of people who had perhaps consumed slightly more Christmas cheer than was strictly advisable. The songs came and went, carrying on the wind fragments of Silent Night and God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, weaving through the night like threads of sound in the fabric of the evening. Inside 221B Baker Street, a different kind of peace had settled, the peace that comes not from the absence of activity, but from the satisfaction of having resolved something, however small, in a manner that pleased everyone involved. The sitting-room felt warmer than it had any right to, as if the resolution of Toby's case had somehow added to the heat thrown by the fire. Perhaps it was simply that the room now contained more goodwill, and goodwill, like happiness, has a way of making spaces feel more hospitable. Holmes had returned to his chair, his long legs stretched toward the fire, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, in an attitude of contentment that Watson rarely saw. The great detective, who spent so much of his life in restless pursuit of the next puzzle, the next challenge, the next problem that required the application of his singular intellect, looked almost peaceful. It was a striking thing to witness, and Watson found himself quietly pleased by it. Mycroft occupied the chair opposite, his bulk settled into the cushions with the finality of a mountain that had found its proper location and had no intention of moving any time soon. He sipped his mulled wine slowly, savouring each mouthful with the attention of a man who understood that the best pleasures in life were those consumed without haste. His eyes, sharp and intelligent despite his claims of physical laziness, moved between his brother and the fire, with an expression that might have been affection, though with Mycroft Holmes one could never be entirely certain. Lestrade sat slightly apart, his thin frame relaxed in a way it rarely was at Scotland Yard, where the weight of responsibility and the pressure of unsolved cases sat permanently on his shoulders. Here, in this warm room among friends, he could simply be a man enjoying Christmas Eve, not an inspector of police burdened with the protection of London's citizenry. His recovered gloves sat in his lap, and occasionally he would touch them, as if reassuring himself of their continued presence, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mrs. Hudson had returned from the kitchen with a plate of mince pies, small, perfect things, with golden pastry and filling that smelled of currants, spices, and the particular magic that happens when sugar meets butter in the presence of heat. She distributed them with the same care she had shown with the plum pudding, each person receiving one on a small plate accompanied by a napkin that she had pressed and folded with precision. Even Toby received his own offering, not a mince pie, which would have been unsuitable for canine consumption, but a large bone from the butcher, which he accepted with grave dignity before carrying it to his favourite spot by the fire, to enjoy in peace. "I've been thinking," Watson said, breaking the comfortable silence. "About what?" Holmes said earlier, "about patterns and purposes." "A dangerous habit," Mycroft observed. "Thinking. It leads to all sorts of complications." "Nevertheless," Watson continued, ignoring the interruption, "it occurs to me that Toby's activities these past weeks are not so different from what any of us do. We all collect things. We all create spaces where we feel comfortable. We all try to make the world a bit softer, a bit warmer, a bit more hospitable to our presence." Holmes opened one eye, regarding his friend with interest. "Are you suggesting that we're all just well-dressed versions of Toby Watson?" "In a manner of speaking, yes. Holmes, you collect data, observations, the details of criminal cases. You build nests of information, carefully arranged in that remarkable mind of yours. Mycroft collects governmental secrets and positions himself in warm places of power. Mrs. Hudson creates comfort through cooking and cleaning, building a home from a house. And I," he paused, considering, "I collect stories, experiences, memories. I arrange them into narratives that make sense of the chaos. And Lestrade collects criminals," Holmes added with a smile, "arranging them into the comfortable structure of solved cases." "When I can," Lestrade said ruefully, "though they don't always cooperate with being collected." "The point is," Watson continued, "that what we've been calling Toby's theft is really just his way of surviving, of taking what the world offers and making it into something livable. There's no malice in it, no greed, just the simple desire to be comfortable at the end of a long day." Mrs. Hudson set down her own plate, having consumed her mince pie with the efficient speed of someone who had been on her feet all day, and was entitled to whatever small pleasures she could snatch. "Dr. Watson is quite right. The dog was cold and made himself warm. He was uncomfortable and made himself comfortable. It's what any sensible creature would do." "And yet," Mycroft said thoughtfully, "human society spends considerable energy preventing precisely this behavior. We call it theft when people take what they need without permission. We criminalize the very survival instincts that Watson is celebrating." "Because humans are supposed to ask," Holmes said. "We've built elaborate social structures around the concept of ownership and permission. Toby, lacking the language to ask and the understanding of our human rules, simply acted on instinct." "Lucky for him he's a dog," Lestrade observed. "If he were human, doing what he's been doing, I'd have to arrest him. The law doesn't generally accept 'I was cold' as justification for theft." "Perhaps it should," Watson said quietly. "On cold nights, at least. On Christmas Eve." There was a moment of silence as this thought settled over the room. Outside, the church bells began to ring again, calling the faithful to late service, their sound deep and resonant, rolling across the snow-covered city like a benediction. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, as if the very air had decided to sing. "Do you know what I like about this evening?" Holmes said suddenly. "It's been a mystery without a victim. No one was harmed by Toby's activities. No one suffered. The worst consequence of his actions was minor inconvenience, and even that was temporary. It's a refreshing change from the usual business of murder, blackmail, and betrayal." "You sound almost wistful," Mycroft noted. "Perhaps I am. Perhaps I'm tired of human evil and find something restful in canine pragmatism. Toby wanted comfort, so he sought comfort. He didn't hurt anyone in the process. He didn't lie or deceive or destroy. He simply took what he needed and built something with it. "You're becoming philosophical in your old age, Sherlock," Mycroft said, though his tone was affectionate rather than mocking. "It's Christmas Eve. I'm allowed to be philosophical once a year." Watson found himself smiling. This was the Holmes he most enjoyed, the one who occasionally allowed his humanity to show through the analytical exterior, who could appreciate the simple poetry of a dog building a nest in a coal cellar. It was easy to forget, amid the brilliance and the sometimes austere logic, that Sherlock Holmes was capable of gentleness, of warmth, of something that might almost be called sentiment, if one squinted at it from the right angle. Lestrade consulted his pocket watch, his expression regretful. "I really should be going. Mrs. Lestrade will think I've been called to some emergency, and I'd like to be home before midnight. It's tradition. We always see Christmas together." "Of course," Holmes said, rising to shake his hand. "Thank you for bringing us this evening's entertainment, Lestrade. Your missing gloves have provided more amusement than they had any right to." "Glad to be of service," Lestrade said with a grin. "Though next time I visit, I think I'll keep my gloves in my pockets." Mrs. Hudson fetched his coat, and there was a brief commotion in the hallway as he prepared to brave the snow. Through the open door they could see that the street was now inches deep, in white, pristine and untouched, save for a few sets of footprints already being filled in by fresh flakes. The cold air that swept in was sharp and clean, carrying the scent of winter and distant fires, and the peculiar silence that snow brings to a city. "Safe journey," Watson called, as Lestrade descended the stairs, his footsteps creaking on the old wood. "Merry Christmas," Lestrade called back, and then he was gone, the front door closing behind him with a solid thump that echoed up the stairwell. Mycroft stood as well, though with considerably more effort than his brother. "I should also take my leave. The Diogenes Club awaits, and I have a book I've been meaning to finish. A treatise on economic policy in the Ottoman Empire. Riveting stuff." "You're walking back in this weather?" Watson asked, concerned. "I have a cab waiting at the corner." "I'm many things, Watson, but I'm not foolish enough to walk 3 miles through a snowstorm. Besides, the cab driver has been generously compensated for his patience." Holmes helped his brother into his overcoat, a garment of such impressive dimensions that it seemed capable of housing a small family. Mycroft wrapped his scarf, not the silk one currently residing in Toby's coal cellar nest, but another, equally impressive example, around his neck with the care of a man who understood the importance of warmth. "Thank you for coming," Holmes said, and there was genuine warmth in his voice. "It wouldn't have been Christmas without you insulting my methods and solving my mysteries before I finished enjoying them." "My pleasure, little brother. Do try to have some cases worth investigating in the new year. I worry about you when you're bored. I worry about myself when I'm bored." "As well you should." Mycroft turned to include the others in his farewell. "Mrs. Hudson, your plum pudding was magnificent. Watson, your company is, as always, a civilizing influence on my brother. And Toby—" He looked down at the bloodhound, who had looked up from his bone with polite interest. "Keep up the good work. Criminal masterminds are in short supply, and London needs all it can get." And then he too was gone, his heavy tread on the stairs somehow reassuring in its solidity, as if the building itself was more secure for having borne his weight. Mrs. Hudson began collecting plates and cups, the gentle clink of china, a familiar domestic symphony. Watson moved to help her, but she waved him away with a gesture that was both fond and firm. "You sit, Dr. Watson. You and Mr. Holmes have had quite enough excitement for one evening. I'll see to the clearing up." "At least let me carry the tray down," Watson protested. "If it makes you feel useful," she conceded, loading the tray with the efficient movements of long practice. When Watson returned from depositing the tray in the kitchen, he found Holmes standing by the window, looking out at the snow-covered street. The detective's reflection in the glass was ghostly, translucent, as if he were already halfway to becoming one of the shadows he spent so much time investigating. "What are you thinking?" Watson asked, joining him at the window. "I'm thinking that this has been a good evening," Holmes said simply. "A mystery, with a happy ending, friends gathered in warmth, a dog pardoned for his crimes against household goods. It's not the sort of thing that makes for exciting reading in The Strand, but it's the sort of thing that makes life worth living." "I'll write it up anyway," Watson said. "Not for publication, perhaps, but for ourselves. The Case of the Missing Mittens. A Christmas story about a dog who wanted to be comfortable." "You would find a way to make it interesting," Holmes said, and there was affection in his voice. "You always do, Watson. You take my cold, logic, and warm it with your humanity. It's quite a gift." They stood together in companionable silence, watching the snowfall, watching London transform into something magical and strange. The city that they knew so well, the fog-bound streets, the dangerous alleys, the endless parade of human weakness and occasional human greatness, was buried under white, clean and new, and full of possibility. Behind them, the fire burned low, and Toby gnawed contentedly on his bone, and the clock ticked away the minutes toward Christmas Day. The room smelled of mulled wine and wood smoke, of mince pies and the lingering ghost of plum pudding, of warmth and safety and home. "Do you ever wonder," Watson asked quietly, "what it all means? The cases, the criminals, the endless parade of mysteries we solve?" "Constantly," Holmes admitted, "and I never reach a satisfactory conclusion. But tonight, I think perhaps it means this, that we find comfort where we can, that we build nests from whatever materials are available, that we create warmth in cold places and safety in dangerous ones." "Toby has it right, Watson. We're all just trying to make the world a bit softer, a bit warmer, a bit more like home." "That's very nearly wisdom, Holmes. Don't let it get around. I have a reputation to maintain." Watson smiled, and they stood together a moment longer, two friends in a warm room, while snow fell outside and Christmas Eve deepened toward Christmas Day. And if the great detective Sherlock Holmes, who had faced down criminals and conspirators, who had solved mysteries that baffled the finest minds in England, chose to spend this particular evening celebrating the recovery of a pair of gloves and the pardoning of a dog who wanted to be comfortable, well, that seemed exactly right somehow. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on her apron. "I've set up a proper bed for Toby in the kitchen," she announced. "2 blankets, a cushion, and his bones. He's welcome to keep his other nests if he likes, but at least he'll have one place that's properly warm and comfortable." "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Watson said. "That's very kind." "It's Christmas," she replied, as if that explained everything. And perhaps it did. She bid them good night, and they heard her descend the stairs to her own quarters, her footsteps fading into the depths of the building. Toby, hearing about his new accommodations, rose from his place by the fire and padded after her, his bone carried carefully in his jaws, his tail wagging with the enthusiasm of a dog who has had an excellent day and knows that it's about to get even better. Holmes and Watson were left alone in the sitting room. The fire burning low, the snow falling outside, the clock marking the slow passage of time toward midnight. They returned to their chairs, settling into the familiar comfort of old friends who need not speak to communicate, who could share silence as easily as conversation. "Merry Christmas, Holmes," Watson said eventually, as the clock began to strike midnight, its chimes mixing with the distant bells of churches across London, all of them announcing the arrival of Christmas Day. "Merry Christmas, Watson," Holmes replied, "and to Toby, wherever he is. May all his nests be warm and all his gloves be freely given." The fire crackled softly. The snow fell gently. And at 221B Baker Street, Christmas had arrived exactly as it should, with mystery and friendship, with laughter and warmth, with the simple understanding that sometimes the smallest cases yield the greatest satisfactions, and that comfort, wherever and however it's found, is always worth celebrating. Outside, London slept beneath its blanket of snow, and inside 2 men sat by a dying fire, content with the world and their place in it, ready to rest and ready to begin again when morning came. The case was closed, the gloves were recovered, the dog was comfortable, and all was right with the world. Peace, perfect and complete, settled over Baker Street like the snow that continued to fall, soft and endless, transforming everything it touched into something clean and new and full of quiet promise. And in the kitchen below, Toby the bloodhound, criminal mastermind, nest builder, collector of soft things, curled up in his new bed, surrounded by blankets and warmth and the certain knowledge that he was, at last, exactly where he belonged. Christmas had come to 221B Baker Street, and it was perfect. The clock on the mantelpiece struck 9, its chimes soft and melodious, marking the passage of time with the gentle insistence of a thing that has measured countless evenings and will measure countless more. The fire had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, each one pulsing with its own internal light, like tiny hearts beating in the darkness. Watson rose to add another log, and the flames leapt up eagerly, as if grateful for the renewed fuel, casting dancing shadows across the walls that moved with the hypnotic rhythm of something alive and content. Outside, the snow continued its quiet work, building drifts against doorways, softening the hard edges of the city, transforming London into something gentler than its usual self. The street lamps wore halos of white, their light diffused through the falling flakes into something almost ethereal. Occasionally, the sound of carol singers drifted past, voices rising in imperfect harmony, singing of peace and goodwill with the particular enthusiasm of people who had perhaps consumed slightly more Christmas cheer than was strictly advisable. The songs came and went, carrying on the wind fragments of Silent Night and God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, weaving through the night like threads of sound in the fabric of the evening. Inside 221B Baker Street, a different kind of peace had settled, the peace that comes not from the absence of activity, but from the satisfaction of having resolved something, however small, in a manner that pleased everyone involved. The sitting room felt warmer than it had any right to, as if the resolution of Toby's case had somehow added to the heat thrown by the fire. Perhaps it was simply that the room now contained more goodwill, and goodwill, like happiness, has a way of making spaces feel more hospitable. Holmes had returned to his chair, his long legs stretched toward the fire, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in an attitude of contentment that Watson rarely saw. The great detective, who spent so much of his life in restless pursuit of the next puzzle, the next challenge, the next problem that required the application of his singular intellect, looked almost peaceful. It was a striking thing to witness, and Watson found himself quietly pleased by it. Mycroft occupied the chair opposite, his bulk settled into the cushions, with the finality of a mountain that had found its proper location and had no intention of moving any time soon. He sipped his mulled wine slowly, savouring each mouthful with the attention of a man who understood that the best pleasures in life were those consumed without haste. His eyes, sharp and intelligent, despite his claims of physical laziness, moved between his brother and the fire, with an expression that might have been affection, though with Mycroft Holmes one could never be entirely certain. Lestrade sat slightly apart, his thin frame relaxed in a way it rarely was at Scotland Yard, where the weight of responsibility and the pressure of unsolved cases sat permanently on his shoulders. Here, in this warm room among friends, he could simply be a man enjoying Christmas Eve, not an inspector of police burdened with the protection of London's citizenry. His recovered gloves sat in his lap, and occasionally he would touch them, as if reassuring himself of their continued presence, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Mrs. Hudson had returned from the kitchen with a plate of mince pies, small, perfect things, with golden pastry, and filling that smelled of currants, spices, and the particular magic that happens when sugar meets butter in the presence of heat. She distributed them with the same care she had shown with the plum pudding, each person receiving one on a small plate, accompanied by a napkin that she had pressed and folded with precision. Even Toby received his own offering, not a mince pie, which would have been unsuitable for canine consumption, but a large bone from the butcher, which he accepted with grave dignity, before carrying it to his favourite spot by the fire, to enjoy in peace. "I've been thinking," Watson said, breaking the comfortable silence, "about what Holmes said earlier, about patterns and purposes." "A dangerous habit," Mycroft observed. "Thinking. It leads to all sorts of complications." "Nevertheless," Watson continued, ignoring the interruption, "it occurs to me that Toby's activities these past weeks are not so different from what any of us do. We all collect things. We all create spaces where we feel comfortable. We all try to make the world a bit softer, a bit warmer, a bit more hospitable to our presence." Holmes opened one eye, regarding his friend with interest. "Are you suggesting that we're all just well-dressed versions of Toby Watson?" "In a manner of speaking, yes. Holmes, you collect data, observations, the details of criminal cases. You build nests of information, carefully arranged in that remarkable mind of yours. Mycroft collects governmental secrets and positions himself in warm places of power. Mrs. Hudson creates comfort through cooking and cleaning, building a home from a house. And I—" He paused, considering. "I collect stories, experiences, memories. I arrange them into narratives that make sense of the chaos." "And Lestrade collects criminals," Holmes added with a smile, "arranging them into the comfortable structure of solved cases." "When I can," Lestrade said ruefully. though they don't always cooperate with being collected. The point is, Watson continued, that what we've been calling Toby's theft is really just his way of surviving, of taking what the world offers and making it into something livable. There's no malice in it, no greed, just the simple desire to be comfortable at the end of a long day. Mrs. Hudson set down her own plate, having consumed her mince pie with the efficient speed of someone who had been on her feet all day and was entitled to whatever small pleasures she could snatch. Dr. Watson is quite right. The dog was cold and made himself warm. He was uncomfortable and made himself comfortable. It's what any sensible creature would do. And yet, Mycroft said thoughtfully, human society spends considerable energy preventing precisely this behavior. We call it theft when people take what they need without permission. We criminalize the very survival instincts that Watson is celebrating. Because humans are supposed to ask, Holmes said. We've built elaborate social structures around the concept of ownership and permission. Toby, lacking the language to ask and the understanding of our human rules, simply acted on instinct. Lucky for him he's a dog, Lestrade observed. If he were human, doing what he's been doing, I'd have to arrest him. The law doesn't generally accept I was cold as justification for theft. Perhaps it should, Watson said quietly. On cold nights, at least. On Christmas Eve. There was a moment of silence as this thought settled over the room. Outside, the church bells began to ring again, calling the faithful to late service, their sound deep and resonant, rolling across the snow-covered city like a benediction. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, as if the very air had decided to sing. Do you know what I like about this evening? Holmes said suddenly. It's been a mystery without a victim. No one was harmed by Toby's activities. No one suffered. The worst consequence of his actions was minor inconvenience, and even that was temporary. It's a refreshing change from the usual business of murder, blackmail, and betrayal. You sound almost wistful, Mycroft noted. Perhaps I am. Perhaps I'm tired of human evil and find something restful in canine pragmatism. Toby wanted comfort, so he sought comfort. He didn't hurt anyone in the process. He didn't lie or deceive or destroy. He simply took what he needed and built something with it. You're becoming philosophical in your old age, Sherlock, Mycroft said, though his tone was affectionate rather than mocking. It's Christmas Eve. I'm allowed to be philosophical once a year. Watson found himself smiling. This was the Holmes he most enjoyed, the one who occasionally allowed his humanity to show through the analytical exterior, who could appreciate the simple poetry of a dog building a nest in a coal cellar. It was easy to forget, amid the brilliance and the sometimes austere logic, that Sherlock Holmes was capable of gentleness, of warmth, of something that might almost be called sentiment if one squinted at it from the right angle. The firelight played across their faces, painting them in shades of amber and shadow. Each man, lost in his own thoughts, found himself contemplating the small miracle of the evening, how a pair of missing gloves had led to discovery, understanding, and ultimately to compassion. In a city where theft was common and trust was rare, where the cold killed as surely as any knife and poverty drove people to desperate measures, they had found a story with a happy ending. A dog had been cold and had made himself warm. A mystery had been solved, and mercy had been granted. It was, in its own small way, exactly what Christmas was supposed to be about. Lestrade consulted his pocket watch, his expression regretful. "I really should be going. Mrs. Lestrade will think I've been called to some emergency, and I'd like to be home before midnight. It's tradition. We always see Christmas together." "Of course," Holmes said, rising to shake his hand. "Thank you for bringing us this evening's entertainment, Lestrade. Your missing gloves have provided more amusement than they had any right to." "Glad to be of service," Lestrade said with a grin. "Though next time I visit, I think I'll keep my gloves in my pockets." Mrs. Hudson fetched his coat, and there was a brief commotion in the hallway as he prepared to brave the snow. Through the open door they could see that the street was now inches deep in white, pristine and untouched, save for a few sets of footprints already being filled in by fresh flakes. The cold air that swept in was sharp and clean, carrying the scent of winter and distant fires and the peculiar silence that snow brings to a city. "Safe journey," Watson called as Lestrade descended the stairs, his footsteps creaking on the old wood. "Merry Christmas," Lestrade called back, and then he was gone, the front door closing behind him with a solid thump that echoed up the stairwell. Mycroft stood as well, though with considerably more effort than his brother. "I should also take my leave. The Diogenes Club awaits, and I have a book I've been meaning to finish. A treatise on economic policy in the Ottoman Empire. Riveting stuff." "You're walking back in this weather?" Watson asked, concerned. "I have a cab waiting at the corner." "I'm many things, Watson, but I'm not foolish enough to walk 3 miles through a snowstorm. Besides, the cab driver has been generously compensated for his patience." Holmes helped his brother into his overcoat, a garment of such impressive dimensions that it seemed capable of housing a small family. Mycroft wrapped his scarf, not the silk one currently residing in Toby's coal cellar nest, but another, equally impressive example, around his neck with the care of a man who understood the importance of warmth. "Thank you for coming," Holmes said, and there was genuine warmth in his voice. "It wouldn't have been Christmas without you insulting my methods and solving my mysteries before I've finished enjoying them." "My pleasure, little brother. Do try to have some cases worth investigating in the new year. I worry about you when you're bored. I worry about myself when I'm bored. As well you should." Mycroft turned to include the others in his farewell. "Mrs. Hudson, your plum pudding was magnificent. Watson, your company is, as always, a civilizing influence on my brother. And Toby," he looked down at the bloodhound, who had looked up from his bone with polite interest, "keep up the good work. Criminal masterminds are in short supply, and London needs all it can get." And then he too was gone, his heavy tread on the stairs somehow reassuring in its solidity, as if the building itself was more secure for having borne his weight. Mrs. Hudson began collecting plates and cups, the gentle clink of china, a familiar domestic symphony. Watson moved to help her, but she waved him away with a gesture that was both fond and firm. "You sit, Dr. Watson. You and Mr. Holmes have had quite enough excitement for one evening. I'll see to the clearing up." "At least let me carry the tray down," Watson protested. "If it makes you feel useful," she conceded, loading the tray with the efficient movements of long practice. When Watson returned from depositing the tray in the kitchen, he found Holmes standing by the window, looking out at the snow-covered street. The detective's reflection in the glass was ghostly, translucent, as if he were already halfway to becoming one of the shadows he spent so much time investigating. "What are you thinking?" Watson asked, joining him at the window. "I'm thinking that this has been a good evening," Holmes said simply. "A mystery with a happy ending. Friends gathered in warmth. A dog pardoned for his crimes against household goods. It's not the sort of thing that makes for exciting reading in The Strand, but it's the sort of thing that makes life worth living. I'll write it up. Anyway," Watson said. "Not for publication, perhaps, but for ourselves. The Case of the Missing Mittens. A Christmas story about a dog who wanted to be comfortable." "You would find a way to make it interesting," Holmes said, and there was affection in his voice. "You always do, Watson. You take my cold logic and warm it with your humanity. It's quite a gift." They stood together in companionable silence, watching the snow fall, watching London transform into something magical and strange. The city that they knew so well, the fog-bound streets, the dangerous alleys, the endless parade of human weakness and occasional human greatness, was buried under white, clean and new and full of possibility. Behind them, the fire burned low, and Toby gnawed contentedly on his bone, and the clock ticked away the minutes toward Christmas Day. The room smelled of mulled wine and wood smoke, of mince pies and the lingering ghost of plum pudding, of warmth and safety and home. "Do you ever wonder," Watson asked quietly, "what it all means? The cases, the criminals, the endless parade of mysteries we solve?" "Constantly," Holmes admitted, "and I never reach a satisfactory conclusion. But tonight, I think perhaps it means this, that we find comfort where we can, that we build nests from whatever materials are available, that we create warmth in cold places and safety in dangerous ones. Toby has it right, Watson. We're all just trying to make the world a bit softer, a bit warmer, a bit more like home. That's very nearly wisdom, Holmes. Don't let it get around. I have a reputation to maintain." Watson smiled, and they stood together a moment longer, two friends in a warm room while snow fell outside and Christmas Eve deepened toward Christmas Day. And if the great detective Sherlock Holmes, who had faced down criminals and conspirators, who had solved mysteries that baffled the finest minds in England, chose to spend this particular evening celebrating the recovery of a pair of gloves and the pardoning of a dog who wanted to be comfortable, well, that seemed exactly right somehow. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on her apron. "I've set up a proper bed for Toby in the kitchen," she announced. 2 blankets, a cushion, and his bones. He's welcome to keep his other nests if he likes, but at least he'll have one place that's properly warm and comfortable." "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Watson said. "That's very kind." "It's Christmas," she replied, as if that explained everything, and perhaps it did. She bid them good night, and they heard her descend the stairs to her own quarters, her footsteps fading into the depths of the building. Toby, hearing about his new accommodations, rose from his place by the fire and padded after her, his bone carried carefully in his jaws, his tail wagging with the enthusiasm of a dog who has had an excellent day, and knows that it's about to get even better. Holmes and Watson were left alone in the sitting-room, the fire burning low, the snow falling outside, the clock marking the slow passage of time toward midnight. They returned to their chairs, settling into the familiar comfort of old friends who need not speak to communicate, who could share silence as easily as conversation. The gaslight flickered gently, creating pools of golden warmth that pushed back against the darkness gathering in the corners of the room. Outside, the city continued its transformation. Every rooftop, every chimney, every railing and lamppost acquiring its burden of white, London remade into something from a fairy tale, something innocent and new. The Thames would be freezing at its edges, Watson thought, the dark water resisting the cold, but slowly surrendering to it, ice forming in delicate patterns that would spread and thicken through the night. He thought about all the people in London on this Christmas Eve, the wealthy in their warm homes, the poor huddled in whatever shelter they could find, the working folk making their way home through the snow, the children lying awake with anticipation, the elderly sitting alone by dying fires, remembering Christmases past. Somewhere out there, crimes were being committed and kindnesses performed, lives were ending and beginning, and the great machinery of the city ground on, despite the snow, despite the holiday, despite everything. But here, in this room, there was peace. Here, the world's complications were held at bay by firelight and friendship, by the simple satisfaction of a mystery solved and mercy granted. Here, a dog could steal gloves and be forgiven, and men could gather to celebrate not great achievements, but small ones. The recovery of leather goods, the construction of a nest, the warmth of company on a cold night. "You know," Watson said softly, "when I first came to Baker Street, I thought my life would be about the big cases, the dramatic rescues, the international conspiracies, the brilliant deductions that save lives and catch killers." "And?" Holmes prompted. "And those things have happened, and they've been extraordinary. But I think I'll remember evenings like this just as clearly. The small mysteries, the domestic dramas, the times when your brilliance was applied not to murder, but to missing gloves, and when the victory wasn't catching a killer but understanding a dog." Holmes turned from the window, his face half in shadow, half lit by the dying fire. "Watson, you understand something that took me far too long to learn. The great cases, the dramatic ones, they're important, yes. They save lives, they prevent crimes, they bring justice. But they're not what make life worth living. That happens in the quiet moments, in the spaces between the dramas, in evenings like this, with friends and fire and snow falling outside. When did you become so wise? I'm not wise. I'm merely observant. And what I observe is that I'm happy tonight, Watson, genuinely happy, not excited, not intellectually stimulated, not triumphant, just quietly, peacefully happy. It's a rare feeling for me, and I'm trying to appreciate it while it lasts." "Then let's do nothing to disturb it," Watson said. They settled deeper into their chairs, the fire crackling softly between them. The clock continued its patient marking of time, each tick a small assertion that moments pass, that evenings end, that Christmas Eve becomes Christmas Day, whether we're ready or not. But for now, for these last minutes before midnight, they could simply be two friends in a warm room, watching the fire die down to embers, listening to the silence of snow falling on London. In the kitchen below, Toby had discovered his new bed and had tested it thoroughly, walking in circles on the blankets, arranging them to his satisfaction, before finally settling down with a contented sigh that Mrs. Hudson heard and smiled at. The bloodhound, criminal mastermind and nest-builder extraordinaire, had found his place in the household, had been accepted and forgiven and provided for. He would sleep well tonight, warm and comfortable, his bones within easy reach, his belly full, his conscience, if dogs have such things, entirely clear. The church bells began their midnight ringing, the sound rolling across the city in waves, each church adding its voice to the chorus until the air itself seemed to vibrate with celebration. Christmas had arrived, announced by bronze and iron, welcomed by the faithful and the faithless alike, a dividing line between what was and what would be. "Merry Christmas, Holmes," Watson said as the bells sang their ancient song. "Merry Christmas, Watson," Holmes replied, "and to Toby, wherever he is. May all his nests be warm and all his gloves be freely given." "And to all the Tobys of the world," Watson added, "human and canine alike. All the creatures are just trying to make themselves comfortable in an uncomfortable world." "Here, here," Holmes said softly. The bells faded, their echoes dying away into the snowy night. The fire had burned down to nothing but embers now, barely glowing, giving just enough light to see by, just enough warmth to feel. Soon they would bank it properly and retire to their rooms, to sleep and dream of Christmas morning. But for now, for these last few moments, they remained where they were, reluctant to break the spell of the evening, unwilling to let go of this perfect moment of peace and contentment and understanding. Outside, London slept beneath its blanket of white. The snow continued to fall, soft and steady, transforming everything it touched. The street lamps burned bravely against the darkness, small points of light in an ocean of shadow. And somewhere in the distance, a single voice was singing, a late reveller making his way home, his words indistinct, but his meaning clear. Joy, peace, goodwill, hope. Inside 221B Baker Street, the fire died to darkness, and two men sat in comfortable silence, and in the kitchen a dog dreamed whatever dogs dream, and Christmas had come at last to London, gentle and inevitable as snow. The case was closed, the gloves were recovered, the dog was comfortable, and all, for this one perfect moment, was right with the world. Peace settled over Baker Street like a benediction, soft and complete, carrying with it the promise that whatever tomorrow might bring, new cases, new mysteries, new challenges, tonight at least, there was warmth and friendship and the simple satisfaction of having done something right. The story ended as all good stories should, not with a bang or a dramatic revelation, but with the quiet certainty that small kindnesses matter, that understanding is more valuable than judgment, and that sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not with deduction, but with compassion. Holmes and Watson, the detective and the doctor, the analyst and the storyteller, sat together in the darkness as the clock struck its last chime, and Christmas Day officially began. Neither spoke. Neither needed to. The evening had said everything that needed saying. And Toby, the bloodhound who had inadvertently brought them all together, slept on in his warm nest, surrounded by blankets freely given, comfortable at last in a world that had finally made room for him. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. The snow fell, the darkness deepened, and 281B Baker Street settled into the peaceful silence of Christmas morning, carrying with it the memory of gloves and nests and the enduring truth that home is not a place but a feeling. The feeling of being exactly where you belong, exactly when you need to be there, exactly as you are. And that, Watson would write in his journal before sleep claimed him, was the real mystery solved tonight, not where the gloves had gone, but where home was found. The answer, as it turned out, had been there all along, waiting to be discovered in the warmth of a fire, the company of friends, and the understanding that even the smallest creatures deserve comfort at the end of a long day. Peace, perfect and complete. Christmas at Baker Street. The end and the beginning, all at once. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the silver moon of Reykjavik, the ocean breeze of Goa, the warm evening lights of Florence, or the quiet charm of Buenos Aires. If this tale brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness hold you. Let your dreams drift gently into the night. Sleep gently, now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.